Alright, folks, welcome back. It is day 4 of Inktober, and today's prompt was kind of tough, actually. I'm quite sure what I was going to do, and then it dawned on me, and I had kind of a cheat, I suppose. I don't really know. It'd be kind of tough still. So the prompt today is exotic, right? And I asked myself, like, what exotic? All right, listen, we're not doing that type of exotic, okay? So now this is more of a meta cut, right? What's exotic to me is probably not the same as exotic to someone else, right? From that perspective, so it's kind of a weird middle line here. However, again, the theme is to incorporate something that is Chinese and Japanese, or Chinese or Japanese, but both in the same prompt. So my thought was, I can take it back to honestly one of the things that are exotic. It's actually so exotic to me that I'm not entirely sure if I've even had any personal experience with it. The other one, my family is Chinese, so we definitely had experience with that one. Now, I haven't done one of these things in a while, so I'm not entirely sure how I'm gonna go about this. So much geometry in this. This is more like one of the workhorse. One is definitely not like the other, but it's definitely a workhorse like prompt. All right, let's see. I'm debating whether I so we're going to basically it's more or less yeah, like it's more or less just circles. Maybe we'll oh, this is gonna be a nightmare. Maybe all right. Honestly, oh man, I'm not sure about the scale. I just realized I don't I don't actually know how big these things are. Probably a lot bigger. Alright. Okay. So if these are that large, right? Yep. What happens when you don't have personal experience? Hello. Doing pretty well. How are you? Not sure about that username, but hey. Hello? Let's see. Probably way larger. So let's uh, where we'll say it kind of looks like a bean shape. I am doing my Inktober prompt for day 4. The prompt is exotic. The nondescript shapes. Oh, getting the texture on that is gonna be wild. Let's see. Maybe a little plumpier. Okay. Yeah. I'm gonna make an assumption here because I didn't look at scale. This stuff is probably like this big compared to the other. Try to put them next to each other. It's kind of a bit further back. Here. Okay. Okay. Yeah, that's about it. That's the sketch that we're gonna be working with. Maybe we'll make it a little bit more Ooh, there's a chance I might want to make this a bit smaller because I think the large majority of this prompt is going to be texture. I'm gonna manually work on how the heck are we gonna put texture. Definitely helps one appreciate the beauty of nature. At least botany. Granted, I don't have a background in botany. Alright. We fine with these shapes? Probably. Okay, so a lot of cleaning up. How do I get these? Am I going to... I'll just do some arbitrary patterns. Make it feel like it's one piece. Just feeling it out at this point. That's okay. And then, oh, okay. I have no idea how am I gonna do this part. Maybe. Oh, this is definitely gonna be like more of a flow state thing going on. Yeah, just fill it out. Just fill it out. Alright, we're gonna have fun today. Not that I don't have fun every day, but this one is less about the proportions and anatomy and whatnot, but more about feeling arbitrary, you know? Arbitrary, but with a little bit of repetitious, like trying to capture like the overall repeating like things when it comes to observing things in nature. Organized chaos. Well, it's organized chaos because it's misunderstood. It's not understood. There's some rhyme or reason to it. I can attest to that, that's for sure. When it comes to these like protein expressions and how organisms develop these type of characteristics consistently. Background and genetics screaming out here. Okay. That's pretty okay. Alright. Yeah. Hmm. There we go. Guess we're gonna need like a second. Our guidelines, right? Yeah. Hmm. I don't want to round this out more. It's a little too. A little too curvy. Kind of want to maintain roughly half shape. Okay. Oh boy. Well. Okay. Hmm. I don't think I'm going to improvise on that. Question is, do I need the... Nah, I don't think I need the lead. I don't need the lead. Hmm. 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 Oh boy. Hmm. Hmm. How do we do this without like destroying our hands, right? Um. Hmm. How do we do this with destroying our hands? Okay, hold on. Where? Yeah, just gonna draw a line for now. Okay. That look okay. I mean, looks kind of kind. Uh, all right. Don't like this that much. Okay. No, wait. It's okay. One's a little bit. Uh, okay. Okay. So, not too bad. 30, 30 minutes to draw a couple of concentric lines. Checks out. Alright. So, now, how do we... I think we're just gonna go the painterly way. Right? And go the painterly way. So first, Let's get our color palette. Where do we start? Start this. I'm debating on going from darkest to lightest, or going in between like I usually do. In between is gonna make everything very different. Or is it? We don't want to go like primary red. Saturation. I think we got some range to work with here. So try that. Okay. I'm clearly making very, very spiky, spiky cherries, right? That's clearly what these are. I think we're gonna cut this. Yeah, I like that color. Close enough. So this will be a different take once again. This time I'm not going to use line art to complement. Maybe we'll see. Sometimes there's a heavy reliance on line art to compensate. Is it that color though? Is it? It is. I haven't even considered it. Interesting. I think it's go with like this color. All right. We need to get our color palettes down. And just like the cherries, right? Just like the cherries, I'm definitely doing an eggplant right now, right? Yes, this clearly looks like an eggplant. How are eggplants and cherries exotic? I don't know. They're kind of exotic, you know? Real talk though, if you're, way back, if you were not from the States, probably wouldn't have had access to cherries, actually. Interesting enough. Not sure about eggplants. Berries and of the like, any of the berries as well. Alright. I'm avoiding the hard part right now. I think this entire prompt is gonna be 70% of it is gonna be trying to experiment with getting the texture, like the appearance of the texture. Actually, it's not about the shape. Maybe even like how the texture lines up with how the texture lines up with the lighting. For now, we're just color blocking. When am I doing Japanese? In another like 2 hours or more. Maybe 2 to 3 hours before I finish this prompt. Let's see. So okay. All right. Uh, hmm. It's oddly coincidental that these two have somewhat of like a somewhat of more like a grayish hue to it. Probably like a combination of huh. Okay. Yeah, I think we're gonna do the same here. Really not that small. I think the flesh is really that. We're just gonna do it that way. Yeah. All right. Now they're very vibrant. Almost feel like I want to clean this up now before. Might as well clean this up now. Before I continue. Just some minor cleanup. Okay. Okie dokie. Alright. So, now comes the experimental part, which I think we're going to have to figure this. Like really dark, right? So what brush would be to find? I think we're gonna do this one. Yeah. So yeah. Well, all right. So, uh, okay. I guess that's one way to go about it. Oh, this will kind of make sense. I'm basically going to end up relying on directional lighting. Okay. Sure. That's a little intense. Okay. Now what do we do? We do... No, that's too much. Oh, there's Sub-Zero. Okay. I'm just gonna be real here. I'm gonna probably lift whatever I do here onto the other one. hand making texture is I'm not even sure if this is achieving what I kind of want it to look like. The fastest way I can think of at the moment that may seem interesting to look at. Don't ask. We're gonna head this way. How to make handmade textures 101. No. Kidding. It is kind of fun though. This is rather relaxing, you know. Probably where I started, actually. Most of the stuff I did was similar to this. Just took a bunch of brushes, pick one, and then work it until you get something that is interesting to look at. It has some forms, some straight lines. Those forms require like some sort of mix between directional lighting, have some built-in texture from this brush. I rely on like directional lighting, give like some depth. Right. And then somehow we gotta blend this together, right? But still preserve the sharpness. I hope. Oh, thank goodness. Like, I hope I didn't. Dude, I shouldn't have done both of them on the same layer. That's okay. So we went with white. That's too gray. I really like this. I didn't quite take to botany very much, right? That's so complicated. I mean, gonna be. I don't know if there are any people who are that too into science these days. Plants are really complicated, and you might be thinking like, well, how complicated could they be? Well, let's just say, my personally with my time with genetics, you know, genetics and stuff, plants are really complicated. If you're like language learning and you're always thinking about like, oh yeah, Japanese has a lot of rules and rules make things like consistent and you just kind of know what's right, kind of know what's wrong kind of thing. And then you have English, right? And then you have English, which has like a little bit column A, a little column B, etc. That's plants. You take the like the animal kingdom. You take like the genetic stuff from the animal kingdom. It's like, oh yeah, that's kind of cool. This is kind of neat and whatnot. And then you go to plants and you throw that all out the window. Like, oh yeah, plants can do that. Oh yeah, plants can do this too. We're talking about genetics here. Like, you know, you have that little neat pocket of how many chromosomes, how many like there's a lot of order to animal kingdom. And then you get to plants like so what does this plant do? Well, this plant does this. Does this other plant do that? Maybe. Maybe. All right. So here's the deal, right? We're kinda close. Now the problem I have is I did the heckin' layers not the way I liked. So now we have to go back and now we go back. Maybe we can add a sharp edge. Provide some line contrast. And then Quick and dirty. The reason is I'm gonna do a little bit of blending. Gonna work the things. Where are we going with this one? With this? Good enough. Also, there's like this thing about doing repetitive patterns in like a little bit of a more chaotic but directional way. There's something like really satisfying about that. Let's see what I mean. Like, you have like sharper repetitive patterns. Then you have in like a more diffused background color. It might not work out. We'll see how well it works. We'll see a sec here. How well that works out. Actually, I should have made a duplicate. Hold up. That's not quite the effect I wanted. Nah, that's too much. Oh. So, I guess we're gonna have to do it manually, huh? Wait. Actually. Nope. No. So we're gonna have to do it ourselves. That doesn't work. I mean, it's actually kind of okay looking, but not good enough. This one. Yeah, we're gonna have to do it ourselves. Okay. So much for shortcuts. Um. Oops. Oh, you know what? Making them like all one direction is not the greatest, huh? Because technically, nah, I guess. I realized that the middle stuff could be hexagonal, actually. And then actually these would be... No, those would be fine. I think the white was getting a little... I think I got carried away a little too much with the white. Now we're committed. Manual blending. It's okay. Kind of like okay. That's too much of a... Oh, they're lucky. Doing pretty well. How are you? What happens if I... Okay. Why do I learn graphic design? No, this is more for it's a hobby. Why not? Yeah, it's a hobby. Every month in October, I do a little bit of spend the month of October participating in Inktober. Each month, each day of October, there is a prompt. Today is exotic, and I challenge myself to draw something. It gets my hands involved. Creates makes one exercise thinking, problem solving, just being creative. Being creative can help with can be transferable for a lot of things. By the way, how is your Japanese? Was there progress? Of course there's progress. There's progress every day. That's the process of learning. Every single day there's progress. That would be the default answer. Okay. So, we're not going to do this again. So we're gonna take this. Oh. Let's try that again. We're gonna take these. Whoops. Oh, wait. Yeah, I don't want to make it sound like it's a city. Asking that question is a little bit weird, for me. However, you have to understand that, one has to understand, I suppose from my perspective, that when you ask a question like that, what's going on? Why is oh, would suggest that there's like non-progress, like progress that is negative. I don't usually spend time thinking about that kind of thing. So yes, Japanese does have progress. Oh, it's because it's not moving both of them. I see. I know why now. I need to group these. Don't even at me, folks. Don't even at me. We're not doing this twice. Yeah. So Japanese is going well. It is going well. Okay. Don't worry, this all will make sense. Okay. Alright. Lazy method. What do you do? No one will ever know, you know? No one will ever know. It's all good. How are you doing? What are you up to, Lucky? I'm learning Japanese right now, actually. Or at least I'm contributing to a lot of things right now. Kind of how I work. There are lots of things I do, and they're all kind of connected. Why do I draw? It's because I write a lot. It's probably a good reason. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh, I missed the mark, didn't I? Okay. What is my ultimate goal in learning Japanese? To not have an ultimate goal. Is it to take the N2 test? No. It's not to take the N2 test. The answer to the second question is no, it's not to take any particular test. And the ultimate goal, I'm gonna say the constant goal, the goal that is always true, is to do better than yesterday. Life is too short to think about an ultimate goal. It's too deterministic for myself. So the answer that will generally always be true is that I do more than I did yesterday, or I learned something from yesterday, more than yesterday. That is always the consistent, almost 99% of the time, always the consistent goal. Now I say 99% of the time because there are times when I need to. There are times to rest. So, alright, maybe not 99%, maybe like 80% of the time. 20% of the time the goal is to rest. Although one can interpret resting as bettering yourself too when you don't have enough rest. You went to high school, a lot of homework to do? I see. Yeah, it's nice to have goals. It's definitely appropriate and nice to have goals when you are younger, of that nature, like ultimate goals. Ultimate goals suggest that there are like ends, or it's a goal that you must focus on without the ability to look at other potential possibilities. Regular goals, right? Regular goals are probably more apt. So my goal today is to complete this prompt in the next hour and a half and do my Duolingo lessons. Preferably like in an hour and a half each. So those are my goals today. You used the word ultimate, so my commentary is referring to the idea of ultimate goals, which nothing particular. I don't usually think of it that way. The ultimate goal is a better me tomorrow or today. How can I... What's about here? Nah, we'll just do it again. It's fine. Let's see. Maybe we experiment. Nah. Let's no one will ever know. What the heck? Oh wait, that's fine. Nah, I can do. Let's try something different here. You gotta go. Take care, Lucky. Good luck. Okay. So, how do I differ here? Okay. We gotta book it. Right. This is at the... Okay. I think we're gonna go... Oh, it's good that we have samples now. So let's take this. And then we'll take this. And this one is highly experimental. Right? Because... Right? And right here too. That's kind of gross looking. Admittedly. Okay. So I think we're gonna do like something. Maybe we stick to this brush, or we do oops. Something. Not sharp enough, huh? Ah. I need two different textures here. Eh. Eh. Oof. That's way too sharp. Okay. Uh, or improvising. Just improvising. Oh, totally filling this out. There's some massive fills right now. Well, I really like this brush. New discovery. Oops. Yeah, no, don't worry about it. We got something else. What is Inktober? Inktober is I don't know how long it's been, but it's a 8-month-long challenge for October. It was started by Jack someone. Then it became more of an internet thing. So every day it's a way to challenge people to exercise their creative freedom by doing ink work once a day. And there's like a list of prompts that is supposed to help like challenge you to think about how to, like, what to draw or what to do. Usually it started off as an ink thing, like practical. I'm guessing it's more of a practical thing. Then it became other things, like people do animations, lettering, any form of self-expression. That's what it is. And today's prompt is exotic. And I told myself that I would make a theme. And the theme would be around incorporating Chinese and Japanese things for all the themes. The technique and stuff, that varies. Prompts will vary dramatically between the stuff. So today my inspiration are fruits, because fruits can be exotic things, or a lot of times when people think of exotic things. I decided to do fruit. The thing is, fruit. The thing about Inktober is when you challenge yourself to do things, you come to realize and appreciate doing them. I don't really have a much more articulate way of expressing that, other than when you output things, it produces a very a bigger appreciation for certain things. So much like language learning, there's a reason why I like to write. And then I like to speak, regardless of, you know, whether I'm very competent at the moment or not. The idea is it can be very transformative experience. I encourage other people, obviously. my attempt most of the time is to do things in a way that is fun for myself, inspiring, I suppose, hopefully inspiring, get other people to do stuff as well. I guess we're going painterly now. Today, we're definitely going painterly. Haven't done this approach in quite some time. So we take the form, right? Make sure we capture our form. Oops. How we've already set out to do. And we do it. I haven't done this in the last 3 prompts. The last 3 prompts were more exacting. Filling out the texture and stuff is pretty good. Something. Ashtaka. Can't read any of those, but the how is something. Okay. How did I learn how to draw? Oh. Interesting. Oh, that is draw. You're right. I should know draw. Yeah. Aki Atta. Interesting. And that's learn. Oh. Oh wait, I do know these words actually. That's narau. Actually, I do know those. So it's read like doshite kaki atta. That's like katasumi kind of thing. Kaki kata o and then narau. So narashimashita ka. Okay. I do. So I looked at art and then I did it. Forgetting words happens to all of us. I didn't forget the words. It takes time to remember them. So that's a different story. But yes, I would agree. All of us take time to remember stuff. Very different. I'm not sweating it either. But that's perfectly alright. Appreciate the kind gesture. Not quite sweating it at all. How do I learn how to paint and draw? The same way I learn language, I suppose. Actually, I kind of lied. Immersion. Immersion is how I learn how to draw. I look at people's work. I look at references. And then I try my best to draw them. Yeah, I think that's a little bit of a projection. No sweating. Forgetting would imply that I don't figure it out. Let's see. Ooh, the texture of this thing is different too. Yeah. So you draw, and then that's how it goes. I think for the most part, in terms of how I learned how to draw and paint, was through what everyone else feels like that's the golden way to learn language learning. So it's kind of the opposite. The way I learn how to draw and paint is probably the same way that everyone keeps yelling at me to do with Japanese learning. And you can kind of see that it works. I mean, I take a different approach to learning skills every once in a while because it's also very fun to do so. In a way. And in this case, you take something overly complicated and you reduce it down to the parts that you can do. And that's how I learned how to draw and paint. Unlike language learning, I suppose, or actually very much like language learning, you can go out there and immerse yourself in the most complicated version of stuff. And like language learning, take all the elements that you know you can do and start there. So there are some similarities and non-similarities between me and learning language learning. Language learning, I took a program, Duolingo, right? I take that as a starting place, and they decided to do fundamentals and then stick consistently with the fundamentals instead. So that's kind of where it's different. In painting and drawing, I look at a picture and I ask myself, what parts can I do and what parts will take time? So I look at a picture. I'm like, well, what does it basically look like? Well, lychee basically look like this. It's nowhere near the image it's nowhere near the photography I'm looking at. Like I look at a bunch of, photographs and a bunch of drawings, and I'm like, wow, those things are very, very complicated. They're extremely complicated. It's completely rich. It's immersion. Now, how do you extract and take lessons from that immersion? You take the input. In my opinion, I take the input, right? I take the input and I output something. And over time, that output informs my input, which is largely what I'm doing with language learning. The source and the way it's being done is how other people perceive language learning. Basically, if you immerse yourself enough while actively deconstructing and learning in natural and native things, you'll acquire it. And I agree. That's kind of how my artwork started looking like other people's artwork to some extent, right? Like I use this as the best example of it. This is my day one prompt. This has lots of the elements that is very topical and trendy right now in art design. They're very fundamental and unkept and not disciplined use of it, because immersion doesn't doesn't necessarily help you understand the fundamentals and building blocks. You try your best to break down the building blocks to a reasonable manner in which you can use them for expression, for self-expression. So that's kind of how I constantly interpret people who constantly push to immerse in one's things without an understanding or practice of fundamentals. It's a give or trade. I think it's still both of those things, for a combination of those things lead to the same place. Or a person who understands what is rewarding to them and what's valuable to them. So regardless of how many times someone's going to tell me that I need to immerse or I need to have like real content, all content is a form of expression to me. So much like this is probably, if you look really close, this is probably not what people would go about coloring a lychee, but I think it kind of expresses my own thing. I think it's pretty cool. It looks neat. I think the idea that it looks kind of sloppy and haphazardly is probably my favorite part about artwork. Artwork, in my opinion, is even more transcendent and loose than language itself. You might be thinking, oh wow, that's a big of a hot take. Like, well, if you look at this, you can most certainly, an experienced artist can most certainly come at you and say, well, those lines are sloppy. Like, fundamentally, you should break this down to the actual shapes and like execute on your lines, and oh yeah, there's too much chicken scratch and whatnot. But I kind of, in my opinion, I go the other way on language learning. If you're so haphazard, if you're so restricted and disciplined about following things and executing things, I think the joy of expression is gone. And I know what other people will say is like, but if you don't know how to properly express those things, you can lead to miscommunication and whatnot. And I totally understand that, because it's a two-body problem. At least a greater than two-body problem. And I'll continue to try to understand that stuff. In the long run, though, sounding like everyone else, like barring rules and whatnot, there's a difference between intentionally want to express something that is weird and unnatural versus in not intentionally doing it. And oftentimes I don't really know, I don't really appreciate the difference. I see myself as someone, if I express something and it's awkward and leads to miscommunication, that's where I am. And that's how I express it so far. So like this artwork, my artwork looked well, some people would say, I'll give you an example of very early artwork. I think artwork really parallels language learning in a great way. Like, let's take a simple artwork, right? Something that I've probably done a couple times. Wow, I don't have images. Let's look at 2023, for example. Oh, here's one that didn't quite work out. So I did this one. It's obviously way different. This was last year. It was last year. So the actually, I think that there's a prompt for path. The prompt is path. So I tried various things, right? Yellow Brick Road, a little nod to Like a Dragon. We have Mount Doom, and then we have the Snake Way with a little like little really sloppily far away drawing of King Kai's planet, right? We have Rainbow Road, or my attempt to do Rainbow Road. And then, like Star Trek, like my Star Trek thing, right? And there's a lot of experimentation. There's a ton of experimentation. Like, now there's things that did work, right? By the end, this is like last month, right? By the end, you know, we have things like this, which is still relatively sloppy. In a month's time, I started back in 2021. I can give you... So there are like hits and misses, but there are clearly forms that work better and forms that don't. So like I'll give you an example of a form that did work. Like this one. This one is... I didn't even put dates on this yet. This is the very first year, which is 2021. And I was doing an inverse pencil volume. I was practicing volume. So I needed a dark scene. So everything was in the dark. And I needed to imagine how the light would hit things in reverse. So I shaded all the parts that were quote unquote technically the shadow, and all the lights are where I did white. So I took the white pencil and shaded everywhere where the light hits, and I got this. I think the prompt, I don't remember what the prompt is. So experimenting. The prompt was spark. And it took about 3 hours. Most of these things took about 3 hours. And it's various things. So various things. This was 3 years ago. This was 2021. So there are clearly things that I can do better than others. And you experiment a lot, right? Oh man, here's one. I spent 6 hours doing this one. Obviously I have references and whatnot. References help because you have to help like capture the things. This was back in 2021. 2021. Yeah, 2021, 17th. I don't remember the prompt. I think it's collide. I think the prompt was collide. So, you know, that 2021, watching My Hero Academia and Demon Slayer, right? And look at how, oof, look at those strokes. Oh, those are some strokes right there. Look at these lines. And we took some scattering. Look at that. Ooh wee. Look at those strokes. But you still get you still get like the idea, right? The expression. I think that's one way to capture language learning. It can be a little messy, but man, boy, with some jerry rigging and ways to describe, like, how would you describe this portrait in a language, right? If you can't quite describe certain things, the picture might be a little hazy, it might look different, but it's still you, in my opinion. It's not an excuse for not learning more. Obviously, every day you learn more, but look at this sword, like how this is being done. It's, and then I'll show you something that's more like last year where it deals with like swords and stuff. So now this is what it looks like most of the time. And then the effects that I do later on is a little different. like glowing effects and all that stuff. So it turns into things like things like this, where it's there's a separation. There's a separation between like the smoke and the glowing effects, and then the lines. They're deliberately separated so that they don't look a little too clouded and messy when it comes to like effects like that. And there's no reason, like, I don't know what it is, like how you describe it and all that, because I didn't learn drawing and coloring through fundamentals. So this is what it's like to have a hobby, in my opinion, right? Things like this was my watercolor. I try to squeeze in like a watercolor kind of thing at least once. So you have like different textures, different layers, and how the brush works is very different as well. It's kind of like IRL. Your brushes will be different, so you would have to color and shade and like mix differently, even in a digital sense. The digital sense is trying to mirror that too. So how do you create these stacks of color is different from what I'm doing now. So I experimented a lot, and I think that's what immersion is for language learning. If you go to Japan and you have to do the task, and you have all these things that you see around, lying around, you use them, and eventually it leads to something. You beat around and add random lines here and there. These things took a really long time. Last year I had a lot more time than this year. So this year I still have to squeeze in language learning. Last year I spent the whole time, like all of it. So I had max of like 10 hours plus. I could do 10 hours plus, and also these things took like 4 to 6 hours, but I spent the other like time talking, right, chatting with people about art and whatnot. Well, kind of like what we're doing here. Yeah, I gave myself 3 hours, and then I subtract the amount of time that I talk. Usually, so far, all these prompts took about I would say anywhere between 2 and 4 hours. Even though I spent 4 to 6 hours, because I like chatting. Chatting is very important. Understanding, building meaning. Doing things without meaning is something I discourage. Not actively discourage, but when you're doing something and you don't like talking about what you're doing to people or to yourself or to anyone, that to me makes each day less and less valuable. So I don't mind talking about my journey, where it started. In fact, earlier today I just got asked, how's Japanese going? Did you have any progress? And I'm like, every day is progress. That kind of illustrates the point. If someone asks me, when I spend time, did I get any progress? The answer is yes. If it's no, then I have a problem, right? Time is precious. Thinking that you do things and there's a chance you get zero progress, to me, sounds like the beginning of a very unhealthy relationship with whatever you're doing. Alright, I'm not sure if you know the second thing, human being. I know you like Japanese quite a lot. I'm not sure if you know the silhouette of the second thing that I'm trying to draw, which, personally, I haven't had any experience with myself. I would like to try it, though. We gotta add some texture now. Now we gotta be creative and figure out how we're gonna texture this thing. Uh, how are we gonna go about texturing this? Hmm. Uh, let's try something different here. We need something like murky. Uh, maybe not that murky. No. I guess we'll stick to the same thing. Oh, that's too harsh. Let's use this. Or this. No. What's this do? No. I'm trying out all my old the brushes that I decided were useful over time from last year, because I have like a favorites thing, and I haven't used any of them except for like 2. All right. Well, let's use. Let's use this one. Yeah, let's use this one. So, hmm. I need another color. Yeah. We're just filling it. We're just filling it up. Filling it up. Gotta improvise. Improvise. We haven't even added shadows yet. we'll do some shadowing soon enough. What were we going with? Not that. Was it this? Like this. Okay, this little thing in the middle is absurd. I don't really know. I think the best way we're going to try to capture this is like weird. Maybe we take this, right? That's no. I need something like thicker. I need something thicker. Maybe that's too harsh. Is that supposed to be a akabi? Yes, akebi. Yeah, it is. At some point. I haven't had any one of those. Have you ever had one? I always wanted to try. Kind of like obscured. So difficult. Yeah, we're gonna settle on this. Don't ask. We're improvising. Okay. No? Pretty okay. Looks kind of delicious. It looks funky though. What I mean is it is a really looking funky fruit. Yeah, I should have made. That's okay. We're not gonna worry about directionality. It's we'll cheat with directional lighting. I don't want to painstakingly go through and create every one of these. Like with a lot of precision. I'm gonna give the impression of it. So oh, it might be a little too dark. need like a kind of a gelatinous hazy thing over it. Like how do I produce that? Probably like grayish. And then I'm gonna need a smear. Wait. Whoops. Which layer am I on here? I guess that's my attempt. We're gonna go back and do a little bit of highlighting. Maybe a little like trying to convey like a little bit of the skin texture. There's probably like a cellular a cell wall, like a somewhat translucent cell wall. That's why it looks a little murky, but there are peaks of the things. So then we're gonna go back and also put in some something to like give a little bit of contrast. Oh, that's my attempt anyways. We'll add like shadowing soon. Everything looks a little bit flat because we're not concerned with shadowing yet. Not yet. Oh, right. There's a line here. Right. How much time? Meh. Alright. That line. The flow state. We are doing some flow statey stuff right now. I'm definitely not digging my lack of a specific texture. So So I'm like making the texture myself, which is like, yeah, kind of okay. Not the greatest. I have to trust the process in this case. Something like this. What? Stop. Nah. That's kind of terrible. Hmm. Hmm. That'll come in handy in a bit. Okay. Let's do this thing. This one's pretty easy. Okay. I guess this is the best way I can produce whatever this is. It has like a really characteristic like bleaching, almost like a bleaching quality to it. So we're just gonna imitate it by, I would prefer like a rounder-ish brush to do this. I think we're just gonna have to stick with it. Oh, you know, actually, hold the phone. Maybe we're gonna use a round, like a rounding. Instead, I could just use my hand and do like a rounding motion. Maybe that's better. So we took something like, say, this. No. Where's that brush with this one? Ew. Okay, we need something harsher. So, what if I do it this way? Oh, I can produce that. Neat. Very neat. Oh, not if I press too hard. If I press too hard, it will... You have to be very, very gentle about this. Oh, that's so satisfying. This is the texture I wanted. Although, we want to keep it in zones. Okay. Dang it. I can't keep it consistent. Oh, you know what? Maybe we... Nope. Yeah, you need to be super light. Oh, yeah. Oops. Okay. I do need to draw. Okay. Probably want to go... We'll blend these things together at some point. I think we're gonna have to rely on our highlighting skills and stuff in order to flesh this out. But for now, let's just do this. Let's at least complete the stuff. Okay, so good with that. 30 minutes. Okay, okay, okay. So now, how do we do? Okay. So I think I'm gonna use this brush, or maybe I spray paint. Let's do spray painting. And we'll just use dark. Yeah, let's see how that works though. Nah, too lazy. I'm gonna take this and nope. Do I just use black? Uh, uh, too dark. Oh, too close. Wait. Ugh. Uh, fine. Wait, is it fine? No, nah. Oh, I really do this on the same one. So maybe I just leave that. Kind of. I don't want it to be. And this side is also. Yeah, I need to drop this off. Um, not going too hot. Not going hot. Okay. Okay, I have a plan. I have a plan. I have a plan. I think I have a plan. I think I have a plan. Okay, oh, I've got a little stub up here. Oh, there's Stubby. Okay, alright. Alright. Last plan. Alright, last plan. Yeah, we gotta wrap this up. Alright, 21 minutes. It's not too bad. I like this. Okay. So first I need okay. So okay. Probably the easiest way to go about this. Okay. Well, okay. All right. Okay. Okay. All right. No problems. No problems. My unsteady hands will be sufficient. All right. Okay. Be surprised how big of a difference placing contact shadows placing contact shadows make. Um okay. Oh. Oh, it has to be underneath. Oh, okay. Actually, let's do that again. So we want to start about here. all that wait, how do I add? No. All that kanji practice, right? Uh Kanji practice doesn't practice on movement. Okay. No, that's fine. It's okay. 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 Hmm. This length. Okay. Oops. What do I do here? Hmm. Oops. Wrong tool. It's probably gonna be like be like here. Ah, it's not quite there on that one. That's fine. Okay. We're just gonna take our try to blend it up. No. Oh no. Hold up. That's good enough. Okay, so now we have other things, right? So now we have to do this stuff. Let's see. So dang it. At least get this part because it looks really flat. So we're gonna try our best. Oh, that was too sharp. Dang it. I pressed too hard. I think one thing that obviously it's not made very obvious here in terms of digital artwork nowadays is that a lot of it does more than people expect deals with the pragmatic side of things, like the practical side of things, like how your hand is, like what your hand is like, because nowadays it takes into account like the pressure of your hand, and your hand might not necessarily do all those things automatically. So now we have to, because I'm not using any line drawing. So this thing does not have any lines. This one's gonna be tough. I want to get the whole thing in. Like the steadiness of your hand and how hard you press and stuff is very, very important in my opinion. It's something that can't be articulated in by looking. Like you can't appreciate how hard you can kind of like you can see the shading being different, but it is a experience. I really highly encourage it for anyone who's interested. because it's a lot of fun. Like just messing around. It's kind of like writing in general. Oh man. No, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. I should include that little stub, but that's fine. One. Would be great if I took some time and actually did some like proper layering instead of going on the practical side of things. That's okay. Ugh. It'll be fine. Is it though? Hold on. Man, I do need to make sure it's fine. Okay. Oh my gosh. Send help. Why did I make it such a... Okay. 大丈夫です。Okay. I think, note to self, next time, you... do everything all at once. Let's draw a contrast here. I guess I'm basically vectoring. I'm more or less vectoring to create sharpness. So the messy art things are framed well. So they look less messy. you know, and more intentional. I obviously no one will ever know, right? No one will ever know. No one will ever know unless you're watching this. Which that's the whole point. Oh, right. Good enough. No, it's not what I meant to do. Okay. Gosh darn it. If I had like I would say this is one of those moments where if I knew my fundamentals, I wouldn't go back and clean up so often. That's okay. Largely part of the fun part, you know? Yeah, sure. That's a little stubby. Gradients make things interesting looking, I suppose. All right. Ooh, I forgot. I totally forgot about. Hold. I'm like, what? Something looks really off. Oh boy. Whose idea was it? To pick a fruit that have like spiky skin. Whose idea was it? That person is an idiot. Okay. All right. Okay. I'm basically just adjusting all the lighting to each other so that it doesn't look like incredibly jarring. Okay. I think that's what we got. It looks okay. I tried. Oops. Wait. Oh, what I'm looking for. Okay. Now here comes the improvise. So I kind of looked it up, and we're just gonna stick with hold on. I don't. Hey. Yeah, so I looked up words that I would use. I think the closest thing we have is using katakana for this. So we're gonna do that basically. Katakana is what we're gonna go with. And it's a really complicated one. I mean, like, complicated as in it's very long. But we'll just stick with it. Kind of hard to say too. Ikizo, ikizochi, ikizo. Oh my gosh. No, it's ikizochiku. Ikizochiku. I need to hear this. I love thinking about and suddenly the painting looks 3D. Yeah, that's usually the last stage is usually the 3D thing. I have to say it.
エキゾチック
Ekizojiku. Ekizojiku. Ekizojiku is the word we're gonna use for this. And that's the one that I'm gonna settle on, even though I don't want to say it, so we're just gonna write it. Ekizochiku. Ekizochiku. We're gonna write it right up here. And for the Chinese word is a word I'm kind of familiar with. It's of foreign land. So of foreign taste. Or exotic. I didn't like all the other words that I looked at, so we're just gonna write that down. for our prompt, exotic. Okay. Yeah. E Zu Chi. Wait. Chi. Yes. I can do better than that. That looks ugly. I can't lift up properly. That's fine. Poo. They're all different sizes. Wait. I think I wrote. It's good enough. I think I started off large and then I started off small. It got larger. It's good enough. It's good enough. No one will ever know. That's not what I meant to do. And this one's hard. Although I do recognize it though. Oh no. I've forgotten it. It's Yi, right? Yi Guo. Yeah. Yi Guo. Yi Guo Qing Qingdao. Qingdao. Yi Guo. Yi Guo Qingdao. Yi Guo Qingdao. I do have to check the first one, the first character. Okay, okay. 异国情道. Whoops. Okay. Oh no, it's too big. Oh my gosh. I suck at that motion. Holy. Yeah. Ugh. 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 That's too big. I'm so not used to this character. That looks okay. Guo. Qing. I think it's this Qing. The bottom is too thick. About Ting Dao. Dao I kinda know. It's which Dao is it? It's this Dao. Whoops. Yeah. So equal, Qing Dao. The top. Ooh, that one's tough. Getting the sizing right. Like this one's too tall. And the second one is a little too small. It's fine. No one will ever know. Who even writes anymore, right? Who even needs to write characters anymore? Like asking who even needs to draw anymore? Drawing such a... People ask me all the time, why do I draw? It's like, because it's kind of fun. I like it. Like, look, I made this. That's all I can say, really. I made this. I'm 20 minutes over, but that's okay. It was pretty relaxing. I think art just I don't know how... Okay. When it comes to artwork, I do have to say one thing. When it comes to artwork, I'm already over the hump. As in, like, I'm out of the valley of despair. When it comes to art. I mean, granted, I only really drew vigorously once every month, you know, for the last 3 years. This being the month. However, I'm over the hump of the valley of despair, which is basically, I can't do a lot of things. There are a lot of things I can't do. People make amazing art. I look at amazing art all the time. But the biggest but of all with 3 T's is that I've done it long enough that I can appreciate how difficult and skillful everyone else who has dedicated their lives to this craft, not just digital art, like any form of art. And I watch a lot of art, right? When I watch anime, I write quite a lot. So the problem with writing is you can't actually, I don't want to read stuff on yet, things that I've written. But the idea is I like learning things enough that I'm in the valley of despair, where I know that, oh, it feels awful, there's so much things to learn, but then getting out of the valley of despair is a point where you're like, I can always draw a little and then learn something new. There's so many things I don't know and know how to do at all. It's very tough. You can always be overly ambitious. The idea is, though, if you truly have become enlightened, right, past the period of incompetence or overconfidence, like, oh, you think you know everything now after a year or so, that kind of thing. When you're over it, it breathes. Everything that other people do is so much more interesting. I love watching people do any form of art. I don't care if it's stick figures or not. With enough encouragement, that person can make stick figures their platform. These are hobbies. Like, the things that I'm talking about are hobbies, right? When you're doing it for a hobby, you're over that. You're not concerned, in my opinion, or you could be before that, but I'm over that. Hobbies are a way of life, and there's obviously so many things I can't do. However, I know enough to appreciate what I'm consuming. It gives me a great appreciation. So after acquiring so many of this, you get to the point where most things are interesting. You got a little dip in here, a little dip in that. I won't ever strive to be very good, like super good at everything, but the idea is that I made this, so that's cool. It's something I can do. Like I'm selling it or anything, you know? So there you go. I made fruit look interesting, or at least to myself. I made fruit look interesting. Okay, all right, let me write this. This is what is today? This is our 4th prompt. Man, we're only 4 prompts in. I gotta make sure I don't write 2025. I accidentally wrote 2025 a couple of times, sorry. All right, there we go. That's our prompt for today. It's time to switch it up. I wanted to leave it with my usual take-home message, right? Art is fantastic. If you tell me you're terrible at art, I would say if you're creative enough, art is beautiful in general, right? It's almost indescribable how one can feel so out of their element and incapable of doing something, but at the same time it feels rewarding. I think the biggest gap between someone who is incompetent to the point that they don't understand how much they don't know and hyper focus on the things they do know, which is an early thing, versus someone who accepts that they don't know a lot and probably won't ever know enough, but at the same time feel really good at what they can do, right? And that's where I am with art. I think that's where I am with a lot of things, right? I don't know everything about depression and how to overcome depression, but I certainly know enough to appreciate how other people overcome depression and offer advice, right? So we're gonna move on to language learning, which I think I'm there with language learning. Yeah, more or less. I know what it takes, or I can appreciate what it takes to be incredibly skilled at it and be super comfortable that I have no desire to even reach there. I have a desire to engage in it and enjoy it, much like drawing. I engage and enjoy doing this. I can't even tell you how I felt when I was constantly drawing these like right angle triangle things. Like, look at this. What is that? What is happening there? I don't know what was going on in my mind. I had no idea what I was doing here. I just thought, hey, this stuff looks like it goes there, and it's kind of like this, it's kind of like that, and then you throw it in, throw some shadows, and and you're good to go. It looks pleasant. All right, there you have it. Thank you for hanging out. If you're gonna watch this later, thank you, thank you. I hope you would join me. Maybe do one prompt every other 4 days. Something to elicit your creative spirit. Right. All right. I better remember to. Whoops. I better remember to save this. Wait, what just happened? Okay, sorry. I forgot to save this. Alright. Okay. Oh, what was this? Exotic. Okay. Alright, now we're really switching gears. Alright. As per the usual routine, I'm gonna get up, do some stretches, go take care of my my pet dinosaurs, and then make sure my time machine is still working, and then I'll be back. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 229. Konnichiwa. Minasan yokoso. Yeah, a new vocab day. Always look forward to new vocab day. Last unit was pretty tough, actually. It hit me in all the weird places. So I'm pretty bruised from last unit. Let's review last unit. Also, I'm very well rested now. Yesterday we managed to keep on task, not derail. I think the roughness of the last 3 days was largely because I think I was physically pushing myself a little too hard. We went a little too long on too long of a stretch. So my fatigue and stamina was catching up with me. Now I'm really well rested today though. It also really showed in when I was doing my art prompts for today. It was really nice. We got that flow state going. Okay, so unit 55. Unit 55. You think having so much trouble, I remember it too. Huh. One's definitely time. That's 2 units ago. Oh. Discussion about common items. That's a little bit misleading. Okay. Babam. Nimotsu. Nimotsu. Zaifu. Zaifu. Oh, there, Cozy. How are you today? Ude? Toke. Ude doke. Ude doke. Ude doke. Oka. Oka. Iroiro. Konna. Konna. You did 2 lessons before? Nice. Well done. Well done. How were the lessons, Cozy? Hote. Hote. Tai setsu. Tai setsu. Okay. Motsu. Motsu. Gasu. I made an error on this yesterday. Ireru. I wrote iriru instead. Ireru. Ireru. Oops. Ageru. Wow, dude. Drawing before starting to write kanji and Hanzi, the hand is so well warmed up. Ageru. Ageru. Oops. Wait. Yeah, no. Morau. So one I keep forgetting to finish. I found out why I got stuck on it. Ah, very nice. At least you found out. And the second one, you learned a new fun connector. Ooh, you gotta love those connectors. I'm like yearning for some connectors right now. There was a connector in this one. So the Duolingo Japanese course is getting back to like adding connectors and like different relational words and whatnot. The Chinese side of things, ooh, it's getting saucy. Not that we're using the same thing, but I like connectors. Connectors are wonderful. It makes things it allows you to express more things in a single thought. Feels liberating or empowering, perhaps. Unshackle. Okay, I got those. Oh. Karui. Karui. Omoi. Karui, omoi. Chigao. Chigao. Onaji. Onaji. The connector so, I see, has so many meanings, but in Spanish, all the different meanings are different words, and some of them are not literal. Ah, okay. Yeah, I can imagine. 오나지, 이거, 오나지. I was watching this clip of Vsauce to illustrate your point even more, that English is, in this case, the irony here is English is incredibly contextualized in the sense that it's heavily reliant on the sentence around it or a single word. And the he said an example sentence, and he said that he likes the sentence because it is one of the sentences where he could substitute a word at every single position, the same word at every single position, and there will be a valid use, and it would change the meaning of that word. And the word was a non-colloquial word, so it was a word that is commonly used not for the sake of bending its meaning. And he had like this fun little maze at the end. It's like, oh, you can figure out what the word is if you follow this maze. And I'm like, nice. English is literally literal but unique context. English is figurative because unique context. I don't think English is literal. Like the worst part about English is it's not literal. If you know what I mean. Like, what do you mean just? What do you mean every? What do you mean, bro? I'm not your brother. And then in the Japanese side, it's like, you know, oh, ni-chan. I'm like, oh. Well, not oni-chan. Oh, yeah, well, I mean, you know what I mean. Like, oh, okay, all right. Okay. It's funny. The word was only. The word was only. And only stays only. I think it was something like, I kissed my brother, or my like, it doesn't matter, my husband on his ear. Yeah, English is very specific. I agree. English is very specific but not literal. Yeah. That's kind of like the like I think I'm pretty sure that's what Cozy was going with. Like we all have the same meaning. Yeah, it's very specific, but boy is it not literal enough. You know, it's kind of sort of annoying. And this is a great example here. So I think this is it. I think this is the word. To get the meaning, you have to dive into the Greek and Latin roots. Yeah. So this is it, right? Oh no, Cozy. Ouch. It's perfectly all right. I totally understand though. So like if you put only, right? I'm pretty sure this is it. If you put only at any of these positions, it changes the meaning of the sentence, and it's all grammatically correct. And because only is a non-colloquial word, as in there's no like specific meaning, no like it is a very useful word, right? Only meaning what? So only I kissed my husband on his ear. I only kissed my husband on his ear. I kissed only my husband on his ear. I kissed my only husband on his ear. I kissed my husband only on his ear. Actually, this is not it. There's more. There because I remember this is 7 positions. Yeah, 8 positions. So only is non-colloquial. right? Only is not colloquial. It itself technically still elicits one meaning. Like all these positions still have the essence of one definition. The problem is it's very specific. It has one definition sort of, but the context constantly changes its like specific meaning. So like only what? Only I? Only kissed? Only my? Only husband? Like one husband? Only on one position? Only his? Only the ear? Their only ear? Like if they only had one ear? Like I don't know. And when I start thinking about like I can't even express only like very well in Japanese. But Japanese, when you type in like only, you have like 10 different characters and 10 different contexts that you own, lack of a, because you largely restrict them to those use. And then the only way I can, the only, the word only in Chinese I have is 只, but 只, 只 modifies every other word. Like so the word doesn't carry the meaning until it is placed next to the words. So it's kind of like English. Only the one difference is that 只 has word pairings. Only is promiscuous. Like I don't know. Like what does only kiss mean compared to only my? They're different parts of speech. They're paired with different parts of speech. So anyways, I thought that was pretty funny. It was a Vsauce. It's a Vsauce video, so I was unexpected. I thought it was really funny because I watch a lot of Vsauce for like trivia and science related things. He really likes science stuff. And then suddenly like, oh hey, this is a fun little English, like language related thing. That's kind of cool. So I thought that was pretty fun. That made my day. That's how I started my day today. And English, I think it's 1-to-1, kinda. I think so, maybe. I don't know enough to compare like any others really. I would need a sense of relative here. Like kids who's 5 speaking but not business English. Oh, for the 1-to-1. Yeah. Fair enough. And then you got like the political English, right? The business and political English is the one where you start being like, now you're intentionally being nebulous. Like, okay. So now you have the specificity, but you also play into being not specific, like being not literal. So a lot of things become not literal the whole time. Like, I find that particularly agreeable, although I'm not willing to be very committal to that idea at the moment. Like, you know what? Is that a you agree or do you not agree? I'm like, I happen to find some of your specific points agreeable. However, I do have some reservations and ambivalence. I'm like, okay, so is that a yes or no? It's like, well, I would like to say to some extent it is a yes, and to some extent it is a no. Yeah, it's like a debate where you're like a debate, but you're trying to provide an answer, but you don't provide an answer. And I think the funny thing is, I think that's kind of what Japanese politeness gets to. Like, however, when you say those things, you know what you're saying, and then here's my thing. When Japanese language, when it's being polite, it is trying not to be direct. However, how you go about doing that, there's an acceptance of how you go about doing that. So there is less miscommunication, in my opinion. And we're not talking about like foreigners interacting with Japanese. Like what I mean is like when a Japanese person says, "Oh, that's lovely." Well, to a Japanese person, it's like, "Well, you say that anyways. Like that's lovely." But meanwhile, the other person's like, "Did you really like it, or did you not really like it?" Because I think this is hot garbage, but you didn't tell me this is hot garbage. So I'm a little confused. And then that's where the whole, like, in my opinion, my impression of a foreigner English speaker things like, can you tell me literally if you're like okay with this? It's like, yeah, it's lovely. Meanwhile, the foreigner is like, are you just saying that to be polite? If you know what I mean. Like that's where I kind of like the elegance of Japanese. You're constantly like there are, or what I mean is it's a great contrast. There's rules to being polite, and if you understand it well enough, it's like, oh, okay, well, they could mean any of these things, but that's fine. It's one of those things, like, at least we know that that's it. Meanwhile, if you're learning English and you come to some stranger and it's like, wait, why do you keep saying your English like that? Like, why are you adding only here? Don't you want to add only over there? Like, isn't don't normal English speakers like to place this word here? Why do you keep saying bro like after every sentence? Does that actually mean the same thing? It's like, good luck. I'm sorry. I apologize. At least for myself. Like, I always wondered when I'll have the opportunity to explain what whippersnapper and hooligan is to a English learner. Boy howdy. Boy howdy. I would love to hear, you know what would be, I'm genuinely curious if people learned online, like you know, I'm using Duolingo, right? So I'm going to sound like Duolingo's Japanese things. Well, do people who immerse in English online start sounding like something from Gen Alpha? That's kind of what I'm thinking. Like, do they suddenly turn into Gen Z and Gen Alpha English, or do they sound like me? That you know, like the role reversal. Let's talk about the role reversal. We talk about native speakers so often and people keep throwing native speakers at me. I'm kind of curious what is the reaction in reverse, because I'm going to be real. If the main source of online like English learning stuff is your exposure to immersive native speak, then wouldn't it be reasonable to say that lots of English learners who immerse, much like Japanese learners trying to immerse using the internet, will end up sounding like TikTok or something? Yeah, exactly, like TikTok speech, as opposed to someone that sounds like me, where we would use a mix of non-colloquial and colloquial reflective of our education, right? So I really love the idea, like, I know this sounds cliche. I really love the idea of being able to teach English just for a year. Not because I want to teach people English the way I speak, but really understand getting an opportunity to know what it's like to learn English now. Right now, I've been squeezing in a little bit of side time of watching like Japanese people, the occasional Japanese person who's willing, which is not a great place to stream learning stuff. It goes without saying. I mean, I've done this for a very long time that deals with learning. But occasionally, whenever you find a Japanese person learning English, it's a blast. Like, it's a very interesting, it's a very humbling experience, because I see the comments and stuff, but they're typing in Japanese, right? So my question is, are they joking around like I am with English whenever I'm learning Japanese? Like, dude, how do you say that hits different in Japanese? I guess you would revert that to like traditional non-colloquial talk, so not TikTok speech and stuff, and say, oh, that is very significant. So how do I say that's very significant, or that's very important to me? Maybe like watashi ni totte totte taisetsu desu, right? It's very important to me, as opposed to saying, oh, that hits different. Ito different. Yeah, that's my thought right now. Like, so you have to like retranslate. So I already can see that. Like American slang, yeah, exactly. American slang, British slang, Irish slang, like that is what's on the internet. That's colloquial. That's considered native speech, right? Native speech. Yet I don't like, I love the idea that if they taught robotic English or robotic, like what I mean is the grammarly correct English, I would love to hear that. I don't actually think that's unnatural, at least to me from the English perspective, because what is natural now, I like to believe I sound remarkably, at least defyingly different from the vast majority of people who are online now, especially from a different generation. I like to believe that. Like, people sound like me. What I mean is the tone, the enthusiasm maybe and whatnot, but I don't necessarily think sentence structure, providing questions and whatnot, I'm actively trying to sound topical. Like, I'm actively attempting to adopt some of the speech, like hit difference. Oh, that's grinding. Like, yeah, I'm just grinding. I'm gonna be honest with you. I can't tell you how many times I catch myself automatically saying, oh, okay, I mean, you could consider it grinding. Like, the word grinding does not mean the same thing to me compared to the new age grind, right? The new age grind, I mean, okay, hear me out here. The first word of grinding that I've heard in colloquial speak, it's the one where, you go on a dance floor and you grind against someone. Well, let's be real here. How old is that? I'm not even sure if Gen Z and Gen Alpha even know what grinding is. That's very awkward. Like, what I mean what I mean is the other grindings. It's just, listen, I don't want to hear it. Legitimately, how do I know? Very, very, very short. This is a very short story. I discovered what grinding is when it happened. So, no, I didn't like look up an Urban Dictionary and say, oh, when you go to a dance club, that's what grinding is. No, I was in a dance club and I knew what grinding is, or I learned what grinding is. At that moment, I didn't know how to dance, so I was just standing still. So yeah, I'll let you use your imagination. It's kind of raunchy. So there's a lot of history behind the word grind, and grind no longer means like, for example, even before that, I knew other definition, like the daily grind, right? I don't think the daily grind means the same thing anymore. Or if you're a coffee enthusiast, the word grind is not the same either. So it's crazy. Sorry, I'm on a digression. Now we're gonna get back. It's fine. Japanese. One day. My kid's definition of grinding used to be leveling up in RuneScape. Oh, yeah, that's right. Grinding levels. Skateboard grinding. I wasn't even edgy enough to do skateboard grinding. What is the Japanese word for grind? Is there a Japanese word for grind? I bet there's a lot of surrogate words like to work. Like shikoto, shikoto shimasu might as well be grind. Like go to a Jisho, right? Go to Jisho and define shikoto, shikoto, quote, suru, one of the definitions, grind. Because that's how you would localize it. Like if someone says, oh yeah, I'm heading off to grind now, like you're heading off to work. You're doing work that you don't want to do. It's grinding. So my only thought was, boy howdy, when a Japanese person asks, what do they mean by they're grinding hard right now? Shigoto shimasu. They're working. Okay. What do they mean by they're cooking? I don't see any food. Like they're not cooking anything. Shigoto shimasu. Shikoto shimasu. They're working. Like, okay, what do they mean by they're cooking up the solution? Shikoto shimasu. They're working on the solution. like, like they're working. But the whole time you're just like, okay, that's it. That's the same expression. Yeah, like student grinds, getting grinds. Oh yeah. I genuinely hope I learn, like here's my dream, I suppose. I genuinely hope that I will learn enough Japanese in which I could laugh with some Japanese speaker who's also learning English, where we can go back and forth and talk about how the new gen Japanese people are varying their speech. I don't know if that's even happening because I don't know enough Japanese. And then I can conversely relate to them about how English is constantly shifting, arguably more rapidly than any other language because of its position as a bridging language. But man, yesterday I looked up on YouTube what are new phrases in the last year, and there were 10, and I don't remember any of them. I don't remember any of them. I'm like, I think cooking is like old. I think cooking might be phasing out already. So I can't use let's cook anymore. Let me cook, because it's probably gonna be old by the time I feel comfortable with that. And okay, all right. I'm really done now. I'm really done now. We're good. Yobu. 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 Speaking of yobu, daijoubu. Right. Yeah, it's lesson time. I told myself, restraint, Mako, restraint. I don't have all the time in the world. Yeah, so yobu, for durable. Yobu. Okay. Unit 54, we're gonna do this very quick. So, ka, or specifically ka. Getsu specifically. Oh, that's Shu already. Shu. That's a Getsu. Nen specifically. Look at our days, right? Our structure of time. And Ji for time. No, I know that these three can take kan. So kagetsu. Kagetsu. Yeah. Oof. What happened to my spacing? So, ototoi. Ototoshi. I checked the lower levels of Spanish on Bushu and there's a lot of new lessons on there. It's time to get cracking. Kyonen. Kyonen. Kotoshi. Kotoshi. Nainen. Sarai. Mix-ups. We have Sen. Sengetsu. Also, right. Kino. Kino. Yo. Ashita. Asatte. My. Oh no, I keep doing that. My. Oh, my Toshi. My ski. There's also my ski. Specifically, my ski is a good one. My ski. Anjobi. Are you going to do anything special for day 365 of Duolingo? Probably not. I actually don't think we're gonna get to. Are we gonna get to 360? Oh yeah, we're totally gonna get. Of Japanese? I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going to happen then. The Japanese will still be rolling. Yeah, Japanese will still be rolling. Chinese will not be. It will have ended before we would have got into the review phase by the time we get to 365. I don't know. We'll think about it. I think, wait, today's 229? Have I tried Boon Pro? No. I looked at Boon Pro from like other people. Like other people suggested. I looked at it. It's okay. Pretty useful. It's a very useful thing. Wait, did I write this incorrectly? Why does that look weird? Hold up. Oh, I missed. Wait. Oh, because it's not connected. Okay. Ometeto. I'll think about it, actually. Is the Chinese course that much shorter? It's half the length, yeah. The Chinese course is half the length. Ometeto. Ometeto. You want to try it when you start JP, but I don't know. Yeah, Boom Pro has been very useful to a lot of people. When I'm immersing outside, like I don't want to I don't typically go to like a source or something. I take it in and ask myself if I know or not know it. That's about it. For others who really need to know everything as they're going, it's super helpful. It's like really convenient. I try using other things too, like things that go to like the deep learning thing, the deep translate thing, where they were like translating stuff with the machine learning stuff. That got in the way. So I prefer, like, I found myself just typing and the errors happen where the errors happen, going back to constantly correct them, or seeing pop-up or like seeing tool boxes and stuff telling me like, oh, you might be considering this or stuff like that. It ended up slowing down me quite a bit. So I might have to settle into using those kind of things, as opposed to knowing that I made a mistake and then figuring it out later that I made a mistake. It's a preference. It's a use case. Like, I need to get used to it. I feel like there's a grammar point here that I wanted to... No, we're just gonna go in. We're good. We reviewed this plenty of times. All right. Okay, new vocab. It's the most exciting part. Discuss relationships. Oh boy. Let me tell you. The last time... I guess it can... It might be family relationships, but I no, it's probably dating relationships. I think Duolingo throws relationships under a bus. They oftentimes when they introduce relationships, that's when they find the most opportune moment to say negative things. The last relationship unit that I remember clearly was about having fights, having problems, breaking up, canceling on each other, being late for each other. That's the last unit I remember when they talked about the relationships. So let's see what they're gonna talk about this time. I am married. Okay. All right. Ooh, those are new. I actually don't know this. This is new vocabulary. しています. So, married しています.
結婚しています。
Oh, no. Oh, I do know this. 結婚式. Oh, so they use wedding. Oh, interesting. That's interesting. Oh, I do know this. 結婚式. They use wedding and then they add しています. Okay. So currently wedded. Currently married. I get it. Current, yeah, I am married. Nice. Okay. 結婚式. So I lied. I do know. I didn't connect wedding with married. My baby was born last year. Born. Yeah, it's born. Is it Akachan? Do they still use Akachan? That's probably Akachan, yeah. Aka from Akai. So Akachan. Chunin, Kyonen, Akachan ga, Seima. That's probably not it. Oh wait. Jo? Maybe Joma? Because Jobu. Jobu. No. Yeah. No, I'm thinking of something else. Maybe it's Jomaremashita. Probably not.
去年、赤ちゃんが生まれました。去年、赤ちゃんが生まれました。
I think it's an oo.
去年、赤ちゃんが生まれました。
That is so hard.
去年、赤ちゃんが生まれました。
Okay, we'll find out later. Fine. It's running together for me.
去年、赤ちゃんが生まれました。
It kind of sounds like umaremashita. We'll see. We'll find out in the lesson. Tease. Are you single? Do I know the expression for single? Ooh, that's the character for body. Oh, maybe this is Hitori desu ka? No, there's no way that's Hitori desu ka. Sorry. All I can think of the closest thing is like by myself. So like Hitori de.
独身ですか?
Oh, dokushin desu ka? No, that's totally new. I don't know dokushin.
独身ですか?
Interesting. That's shin. Huh.
独身ですか?
Completely new. Dokushin desu ka? Okay, what do we have? Senshu kare something. Is that kare? No, that's not kare. I broke up with my boyfriend last week. Waremashita. That might be wa.
先週、彼氏と別れました。
Oh, kareshi. Yeah, right. Kareshi. That is kare. Kareshi. She. Do I have another she? No, I don't have another she, do I? That's new. This is a new character. It sort of reminds me of a part of Egami, but that's fine. And
先週、彼氏と別れました。
akaremashita. Oh, wait.
先週、彼氏と別れました。
akaremashita. Oh. I can... obviously, you know how good I am with negative words. And I totally use that word all the time. I don't know. We're gonna have to look. We're gonna have to rely on the lesson. It's fine. The wrong person. Be careful with the length of the vowels sounds in your words. It can change the meaning. Oh yeah. Yeah, we saw this. Yeah. Oji-san versus Oji-san. And Oba-san versus Oba-san. Right. One is grandparents and one is aunt and uncle.
おじいさんおじさん
Yeah,
おじ
Oji-san,
さんおじいさん
Oji-san, and
Oba-san,
Oba-san, and
Oba-san.
Oba-san. Yeah, uncle and aunt. We wrote the relationships already like a bunch of times, so it was weird that... And you can also replace
おじい
this,
さん
but you can also replace this with a different like a different set of kanji, but I don't know what's normal.
おばさんおじさん
I can
おじさん
Oji-san being
おじい
Oji-san.
さん
Like, who thought this was a great idea, huh? What 1,000-year-old plus Japanese person thought, hey, this is a great idea? Kidding. All right, 7 lessons. Oh man, this is gonna be tough. I think these Japanese lessons are getting longer on average. They just wanted to troll. I would excuse biru and biru, right? I'm okay with that. Biru and biru, or chizu and chizu. I'm totally okay with that. Like, because one is coming from somewhere else. But come on, Oji-san, Oji-san and Oji-san. Come on. There's no one else. That's an in-house job right there. That's an inside job. You know, like steaky and steaky. Like I'm okay with that. That's a 2-person job, you know?
立派
Oh, what the heck? Oh, Lipa as in splendid, right? Or like yeah, splendid, fine, handsome, prominent. Lipa. I wasn't expecting to get Lipa. Wait, what are we talking about here? Oh, relationships. Oh, maybe this is a positive relationship thing. Although we just learned that we're going to learn how to say I broke up with my boyfriend. So, yep. That's where we are now. Lipa. Okay.
新聞
It's paper all of a sudden. All right.
立派
Lipa. That's Sumi in Katasumi.
墨
Or Sumi the corner.
3月
3月 Yaku. Lipa. Ooh, I like this. We have some positive things. This is positive.
小
I didn't know it's show standalone, but this is a positive thing. It's a smile. Show.
立派
Lipa.
立派 立派
え
女です
Onna desu. Okay. I am a woman.
女
Onna. Wait. How? Okay.
女ですよ。
女でしょう。
女
Okay.
ですよ。
立派ですね。
立派ですね。Magnificent. The average Japanese learner complains about kanji, but the enlightened learner complains about katakana. Yes, absolutely. Oh, heck yeah. I can get behind that statement. Dude, heckin' katakana, dude.
彼らは立派です。
彼ら立派です。
彼ら
彼らは立派で
立派
す。
です。
彼ら they are splendid, magnificent. What is magnificent? Tell me. Tell
彼
me
女
more.
は立派です。
Okay. 彼女は立派です。
何人ですか
何人ですか? Okay. That sounds more like a waiter thing. Are we going into the restaurants too? Like on a date? Probably integrating all the date vocabulary as well.
人
この人は誰ですか？
この人は誰ですか? Okay. Oh boy. どなたですか? どなた?
どなた？
Oh, interesting. Intriguing. Huh. どなたですか? Intriguing.
そちらの方はどなたですか?
Oh. そちらそちらの Oh, wait. Human, didn't you use this today? Someone used this today, wasn't you?
肩
Oh no, wait, maybe it doesn't mean the same thing. Oh, it means something different. Dang it. Or this one means something different than the last one, but I didn't think about the sentence first. It can be a polite version of people. Ah, I see. Kata. I see. こちらの方はどなたですか? Wow, that's a really polite phrase then. Or the way in which something is done. I see. I see. Who is that person? こちらの方はどなたですか? Okay. Who is it?
どなたですか?
Do you use this when you answer a door? I'm actually genuinely curious. Or what about answering a phone? Like, hi, mushi mushi. You know, like, mushi mushi. Donata desu ka? You know what I mean? A person? I don't know if people probably would use dare. Oh, okay. I see. That person is her grandfather. Oh, of course they're gonna bring in Oji-san. Heckin. Wait, who called me Oji-san? Oh, heckin, no excuses. I hope that hooligan is doing well with his schoolwork. I wouldn't, if someone asked me in a calendar year, I would be both called a fetus and Oji-san at the same time within the calendar year. I would probably have lost a dollar bet, an imaginary dollar bet. Being called a fetus and Oji-san in the same calendar year. Let's see.
Ano.
Ano, are you going with ano? Yeah. Ano, kata. Oh. Ano
肩
kata wa 彼女の
彼女ですですの
彼女のおじいさんです。
おじいさん
おじいさんです。Okay. So kata. Who is this person over there? Who is this person? こちら。
こちら
こちら
肩
方はどなたですか?
どなたですか?
Wait, I'm missing something. Oh. Over there. Wait. No. こちら wait, whoa, over here. No, yeah, こちらあった
の
Oh, right. I need a type, a holder. Yeah. どなたのですか? No? Is it the other way around? こちらの Oh my freak. Okay, I don't need one for どなた. Okay. All right, fine. I don't want to talk about it. I didn't consider
こち
that.
ら
の
こちらの
方
方は
どな
どな
たで
たですす
か?
か? I don't want to talk about it.
皆さん
Mina? What? Oh, no. Those are different characters. Just kidding. For a moment there, I thought I saw the... what did I saw? For a moment there, I thought I was looking at this. Okay. Mina-san.
皆さん
Okay, 皆さん。
皆さん、みんな、
Minna. Oh, okay, they're both the same. Okay, fair enough. Minna and minasan. Okay. ね
女の人、
女の人. Okay, so you can use 女 and then の人. Okay. 女の人. Okay, sure. Oh, hey, this stayed the same. This, it's self-explanatory. It's still the same too. Oh, that's kind of nice. Preserved.
女の人がいます。
女の人がいます. There is a woman. Instead of what was the other one? Ladies. I swear, I think that's what they used when they were avoiding kanji and avoiding this situation. Ladies.
男の人、
Otoko? Oh, okay. Otoko. Otoko no hito. Is okay.
男の人、
Otoko. I can get behind otoko. Yes. Otoko no hito.
男の人。
彼は男の人です。
彼は男の人です. He is a man. I'll make a man out of you. Sorry, Disney. No copyright.
少し
That
高
was
い
less
で
than
す。
5 seconds. Okay. 少し again. 少し高いです. That's a review. 少し. Oops. He's a little expensive. Wait. Wait though. Technically, wait. I mean, I mean, it's not specific enough, right?
人が少しいます。
Sorry, that was an adult joke.
人が少しいます。人、
人が少し what?
少し、人が少しいます。
少し
います。
Wait.
人が少しいます。
少しいます. There are a few people. Oh, okay.
この子供たちは少しうるさいです。
うるさいです. Oh. この Oh. この Oh no. Kids. この kids.
この子供たちは少しうるさいです。
この子供たち、この子供たちは少しうるさいです。
皆さん立派ですね。
皆さん立派ですね。Okay. Wedding. We're thinking wedding. Or just anything for the added context? Yeah, just basically anything. Sometimes I wish Duolingo had pictures for the extra context, or just anything for the added context. Yeah. The context, well, they do have a context, but you have to like imagine it and keep remembering it because the theme is relationship. And the thing that I remember in a relationship when they say it's expensive, it's a little expensive. I'm gonna likely think back of all the units. It's probably either referring to a gift or the wedding itself is a little expensive. And then it's kind of like this one. Everyone is splendid, aren't they? You're imagining people at a wedding, probably. Oh, or at least that's what I'm imagining. So like, because it's tangentially related to all the themes of relationship, like getting married, or meeting a family, like shin, ryoshin, like go ryoshin and whatnot. So that's about as far as it gets. Other than that, having context within the sentence, like within each exercise, yeah, it doesn't. No context. Basically, I would say not for context is not provided for someone who forgets the theme, which I do forget occasionally. Like after I hear a couple sentences, I'm like, wait a minute, what was the theme of this chapter? Yeah, otoko.
男
Otoko. Why do you say it so?
じゃあね
あ、
みんな。
じゃあね、みんな。
じゃ、姉みんな
And then occasionally they throw in like greetings, and there's some oddball ones that don't necessarily, you would have to stretch. So I do that at the end. Where I like try to link it all together as best as I can. It is it is a sufficient thing to do, or I would highly encourage myself to do it. Maybe other people too, right? Add your own context, or else I don't know. I have a hard time remembering if I don't add my own context. Obviously, that highlights your suggestion. Adding extra context, a picture, anything is nice, especially for those who don't like imagining things or don't want to. It makes it it aligns with Duolingo's approachability. If they added more context, it alleviates it. Like, it alleviates the necessity for you to come up with context. If you're not already coming up with context, then adding context is extra, so it's beneficial for those who don't add context. For those adding context, it still might be helpful. Like for me, I would love to know what they intended the context was, as opposed to mine. It wouldn't change what I would do. When they provide a context, I would probably say, oh, that's interesting, I didn't think about that, or oh, I thought about that. Now it reinforces the thing I already thought about. So usually, yeah, it's a very positive thing. Everyone is a woman. The way I can contextualize this is a bride related party thing, or bride related activities, or like a girls' night out, because it's about relationships. So if everyone is a woman, then it's a girls' night out. That's probably the context that I would say if someone says everyone is a woman. I'm like, oh, okay, fair enough. How does one say that though?
Minasan.
Minasan. Wait. Minasan.
Onna. No.
Onna no.
Minasan. San.
Minasan no onna desu.
Desu.
Onna hito. Wait.
Onna.
Maybe it's just that. Minasan onna no hito desu. How is... like, what else could it be? I really want to use a topic marker, but there isn't a topic marker available to me. It's a little expensive. I bet it is. How much did that diamond ring cost? Now I'm imagining from the last prompt to this prompt, I'm imagining like a bride's party. Well, a bachelorette's party, sorry, a bachelorette's party. And they're talking about rings. They're talking about the cost of the rings amongst themselves. It's a little expensive, you know, several $1,000s expensive. Like, nice. Anyways.
少し
Yoshi Takai
this.
desu. Okay. Now everyone, let's stand up. Yep. I'm thinking more of a wedding and a party situation. Ta Tachi. Let's stand up. Tachimashou. Tachimashou. Ima? Oh, so Ima, where's Ima? No. Sa, okay. Sa works.
皆さん、さ
Sa, minasan,
あ、
tachimashou. Okay. I like Sa. Sa is great.
呼びます。
Yobimas. Wait. Call or invite? Oh, totally. Wedding. Or I guess you invite on a date. Yobimas.
呼びます。
Yobimas. Oops.
呼びます。
Duolingo, you got me. Alright, I can't be mad. Duolingo got me. Caught me not reading the whole thing. That happens a lot.
立派。呼びました。皆さん。
皆さん。男。
男。
男。Whoa. Sizing. 呼びました。
呼びました。呼びました。呼び。
You can definitely tell that certain things were meant for the phone. Boy. Oh, otoko. Wait.
男の子
Yeah, oh, that makes sense now. Otoko noko. That makes sense now. Wow. It all makes sense. Otoko noko. That's where the otoko noko comes from. I already know this term to some extent because of Wagotabi, but I didn't know the parts of otoko noko. Now it makes sense. Otoko no ko, children, child, male child. Otoko noko.
男の子がいます。
Otoko noko ga imasu. Okay. There is a boy. Sorry, I was gonna make a God of War joke, but I'm not sure if this is the moment. Maybe Sub-Zero's topical enough to know what I'm referring to when I say boy. Because he plays Wukong, so maybe. Oh nah, wait.
女の子
Onnanoko. Did that change? I'm not sure. No, it didn't change. Onna. I need to see the furikara. Onnanoko. Okay. That's fine.
女の子。
Onnanoko.
女の子がいます。
Onnanoko.
男です。
Otoko desu. I am a man.
男ですよ
Otoko desu yo.
男ですよ
Now, you know what I'm reminding of in terms of context for this? I don't know. I can't think of it in the terms of its theme. But otoko desho, when you're playing an MMORPG, I think people who play MMORPGs can relate to this. Whenever like they so I'm not, as long as you don't take this too seriously or personally, but generally speaking, male players unanimously, almost like large proportion, we're not even talking about self-selection, like yeah, sure, most people who play MMORPGs are probably males, but there is a disproportion of male players who play female characters, right? Female characters, to give a context. So this phrase otoko desho comes up a lot when someone's like, oh yeah, but you know, it says like, but I am a man, like yo, otoko desho, that context, it happens a lot. In case you're wondering, I don't usually play female characters, I play male characters, if you're curious. And not that I like to role play, I generally don't play games where you choose your character. If it's choose, I just default to male. But I like playing games where you don't choose your characters, like you don't make your own characters. I like people who write stories with characters in mind. So I like role playing game. I know some people think role-playing game is to play a character you design, but I like playing a role designed for me to experience. So that's a big deep cut. Do I find Japanese or Chinese more difficult? I don't usually find either. Like, I don't think of things as difficult. However, if I had to choose, I'm more distracted when I'm when I'm learning Japanese. I'm less distracted when I'm learning Chinese, if that helps. So if difficulty means the perception by someone else, like if someone were to watch me and they were to determine if I have more difficulty with Japanese or Chinese, they probably say Japanese, because I'm far more distracted with thought and make more mistakes. Neither is difficult to me. As in, like, I have no trouble getting up every morning wanting to learn Japanese and Chinese. And no singular concept is any more difficult than the next concept. Like, there hasn't been like a concept in which I'm like, oh yeah, I can't get this. I don't understand this. Oh boy, howdy. I don't know. I can't get this straight. So naturally, I don't really think of either being significantly enough to distinguish them based on difficulty. They are negligibly different from each other. The experience is relatively similar in the terms of grasping its concepts. So like some people would say something like comparing like this thing, right? The SVO and the SOV to be a thing, or tonal versus pitch accent, that type of thing. These are different things, so they're apples and oranges comparisons, which I can't quantify, so I tend to not think of it that way. Usually this is how I would say people classically differentiate between things. Usually, objectively speaking, you have to reduce these things down to something, reduce it down to a metric that is comparable. So you have to normalize these. However, I think the general conversation that most people have is they compare apples and oranges. And in fact, they use apple and oranges comparison to justify objectivity in comparing things. For me, tonal and pitch accent are different, very fundamentally. However, if you talk about sounds, I could kind of say Japanese is more, I'm less consistent with Japanese. And I'm not talking about sounding natural. Sounding natural is a whole different, sounding native, that's a whole different story. The idea is, if I see this and I say the same thing, that's what I mean by consistency. I'm less consistent in Japanese than Chinese, even regarding tonal things. So when I see a like character and stuff, it's like, oh, I know what I'm trying to say. When I see this, it takes me longer. Again, all of this is negligible. It's really negligible in terms of my perception of difficulty. It's something to learn. Hopefully that helps. I think that's true for everything. That's true for most, I want to say most things that are intellectually bound. Now, when I say most, I'll give you an example of what doesn't include as most. Timed thinking. That is not most. So the other, like, let's say the other 5%, this stuff is hard. As in, like, I can't do it. Like, there's an upper limit to my time thinking. How quickly I can come up with a solution. That stuff is, I can earnestly say, that stuff is difficult. And then outside of intellectual, there's physical. So physical stuff can be difficult because I almost quite literally can't do it. So those things can be difficult. To give you an example of things that I would use the word difficulty. For this, no, not really. I think stepping out of my body and stepping into someone else, someone would say that I'm struggling with Japanese far more than Chinese. Even at half the amount of time. I think so.
男ですよ。
I'm being super fair about it. Yeah, it's definitely Japanese.
男ですよ。
彼を呼びます。
彼を呼びます。呼びます。I will call him.
彼女を呼びます。
彼女を呼びます。
彼女呼びます。
Here's a fun rhetoric that I often ask, right? You maybe not a rhetoric, maybe a strong consideration. I often think my best way to like talk to people or answer people's questions is to frame my state of mind around what they are asking. Like around what they are asking. Because whenever I use my own approach, like my own thinking, I have to qualify it. So I'll qualify mine, and then I'll qualify theirs. And the answer I typically give is I quickly give mine, which means that I haven't thought about it. And then most of the time, a lot of time. However, I can qualify others because I know enough to understand what people are trying to ask. So that's kind of why my answer was a little bit long there. I think it's very reasonable to say that Japanese is more difficult if someone is looking at me as in observing my performance. They'll largely say I have more difficulty with Japanese. However, when you're asking me, do I find, how I feel or find Japanese or Chinese difficult? Neither. I don't think most things you have to learn intellectually is inherently difficult. I think difficulty for me is whether it's feasible or not. And oftentimes there are a few things intellectually that are feasible. Not that I'm flexing or anything. Like someone can easily come up to me and say, hey, master chess. And I'm like, you're right. Chess is very hard. I can't master chess. Actually, you can argue, you can come up to me and ask me to master anything. And I'll tell you that's very difficult because I choose not to do it. So all the things I choose not to do, very difficult. That's usually how I challenge people to think about it. Like, what is the hardest language? A lot of people ask this question a lot of times, like, do you think Japanese is harder or Chinese is harder? Or do you think, what is the hardest language for English learner to speak, to learn? And my answer usually is the language you decided not to start. Any language you did not decide to start, like say you started a language, it's every language you didn't start. That is more difficult than the language you choose to start. The hardest language is the one you are least interested in. Exactly, human being. Exactly. The one that you say, yeah, I can live without it. And I chose these languages and I wanted to tell most people, like, what is the most interesting language to you? That's probably going to be the easiest. Go for it, my friend. I know there are rare cases. I'm going to say less than 10%, where that person's interest is not the dominating factor. Like, it's not the dominating factor. But for most things, especially when it comes to hobbies, I think 90% of the time, ease is the thing you can imagine yourself starting and have started. Because everything else, you have to weigh in not just your competence, or not just your competence. I feel lots of people forget that they're human. For lack of a better word, human being. I like your name because don't forget to remind yourself you're human. Your human component weighs very, very heavily, far more than I would say for a job. It's more than a job. You need more than a job because job has obligations. That reminds you of your human component. When you're choosing to do something for a hobby out of sheer interest, don't forget you're human. The human component is your interest, not your obligation. People get through jobs all the time, do things they're not interested in, they don't want to do, because their interest is the human obligation that is ever present. When you're doing a hobby, it's not an obligation until you make it an obligation. And then that's where it gets a little tricky, right? You start wondering, when do you stop liking a hobby because you place too much obligation? So that's when you get that little, like, don't forget, moderate, don't be so hard on yourself, right? Because if you become too hard on yourself in a hobby, you become disinterested. Your interest drops. Like, oh yeah, I didn't get much progress today. Like, when did it become that, right? Ask yourself, do you want this more now or starting to steadily want it less? Yeah. So definitely very important question to ask yourself. I think it's a brilliant question to ask other people, and it would be interesting and very telling how they answer it. I did go around and ask or watch people answer that question a lot. Like when you watch other people who learn or decide to learn language publicly, I get a chance to like sit there. It only takes like because other streamers I watch are much more popular because they do other things, like they're a VTuber or other things I won't mention because it's not appropriate. They generate hype, so you sit there for like 15 minutes and eventually someone's gonna ask. And it's safe to say that in my limited experience, 15 language learners so far, their answer was they try to break it down objectively, or they attempt to break it down objectively. And it's pretty surprising that they, in my opinion, they're not linguists, because even for myself, I'm not a linguist, and I can tell most of the stuff that they are talking about, I understand what they're trying to do. And if they were a linguist, I would imagine a lot of times it's usually things I don't understand, right? Because I didn't invest any time in understanding linguistics. So they would objectively say like, oh, well, there's like pitch and and the vocabulary is this and stuff. And my only thought was, I don't think this person understands what's hard and what's not hard to them, at least in my opinion. I don't think there's any amount of pitch or vocabulary or something that can stop someone who wants to do something on their own terms. So, at least in my opinion. So, I would love to hear the first thing that comes out of someone's mouth when it comes to, or like answer the question like, oh, do you think Japanese is hard? Not hard enough. That would probably be my most concise deep cut I can have. Like, oh, don't you think you're gonna get confused with Japanese and Chinese? It's not confusing enough to stop me. So that's all I'm concerned about. There's the languages I'm learning are not hard enough to stop me from learning them. So they're clearly not hard. And I'm talking about like a threshold. So instead of having to say, oh, it's a competition, sometimes I feel like people really love to show who's more miserable than than each other. And then the opposite happens too. It's like, oh, which language do you think is the easiest? And then it's not used for celebration. It's used for diminishing one's accomplishments. Like, it's a competition to diminish one's accomplishments. Oh yeah, you're just learning Japanese. That's easy. Like, wait till you learn German. I'm like, I'm not going to wait because I'm not going to learn German. And then they're like, oh yeah, because German's really hard. It's like, you're right. It's really hard, but not for the same reason that you're saying. It's hard because I'm not interested. That's like, that's where I meet halfway. Most people are okay with that. But part of the appeal of Japanese for you was the difficulty. I've heard that too. Yeah. If you're a person who has to perceive difficulty, like prestige in a sense, prestige in doing a tough task, by all means be able to do that, right? Be able to judge that for yourself, because ultimately your perceived difficulty will propel you in your interest. So no amount of things, and I hope that's the case, like no amount of other people saying, oh, this is difficult, this is easy, would deter you from accurately judging how rewarding difficulty. For myself, in terms of like the top, let's just say the top 5 order of operations, I think perceived difficulty is, it's not even top, like of the, let's just say of the 10 factors that can factor in, I think about perceived difficulty around 9 on the list. It goes down to 9. Above that, 8 would be that's above difficulty. 8 would be probably time. 7. I thought about this. I made a list before. 1 is reach. As in like topical reach. How topical it is to the thing I'm doing. 2, other investments. So other people's investments. So if I have a person, like some like friend or something, would be like 2. Like easily top 3. And 3 would be something like personal relevance. So this is not because of interest, but more like, if you distilled your life, what elements of your life can you improve? Or what elements of your life that you already constantly do something? I already engage in Japanese nearly every day on a daily basis before I chose Japanese. Chinese is the same. Spanish is less so, so that's why it's lower on the list. So like when it comes to like difficulty, time and difficulty is pretty low. Usually time and difficulty is really high. The reason why I mentioned these is it's usually very high on people's list. Largely because of like different circumstances, like time, like efficiency. How long does it take to learn Japanese? How long does it take to become fluent? When am I gonna start Spanish? Originally I was gonna start after I'm halfway in Chinese, and I already am, like in Duolingo situation. But I think because I'm there already, when Chinese hits review, I'm replacing Chinese the other amount of time that I liberate with Spanish, and we're gonna hit Spanish on Duolingo, and then Chinese is gonna move to gaming, which I'm starting soon. Actually, I already am playing a current game. However, it's Inktober right now, so once Inktober concludes, we'll probably be phasing Chinese. And then Spanish. Spanish will be forever. Like, Spanish is probably like solid 3 years. I can play Wukong, yes, in Chinese. Actually, I already watched all of Wukong because people have preferred the Chinese audio, so I already know what to expect in Wukong. However, I can't stream it. And you might be thinking, wait, what do you mean by you can't stream it? It's a video game. Like, the terms of service, the things I talk about will get me terms of service. I would violate TOS. Yeah. So it's a touchy subject, but the TOS for Wukong will get me into trouble. Like Duolingo, at least I don't think. I hope it doesn't. Duolingo doesn't have a TOS that tells me that I can't talk about culture or compare and contrast like game design, their game design, or like various like topical arguments and stereotypes and cross-cultural stuff. I actually think because Duolingo is a Americanized corporation, usually this stuff does not end up in TOS, as in you can't pull this stuff off. Yeah, so that's one of the touchy subjects. Like, talking about it now about Wukong here is probably kind of acceptable. However, knowing that I talk about these things, it'll get me into trouble in the future. So I can't actually do that, unfortunately. It's actually part of the Chinese culture. That's kind of largely one of the biggest barriers to being a Chinese culture enthusiast. You have to be careful from what you are able to be allowed to say, unfortunately, or fortunate or unfortunately, right? It's a face culture. This is a face culture discussion. This is a product from China, and they make their terms of service. And I don't know if you read about it, but I'm American, right? So Americans tend to be forward thinking in terms of what you can and cannot say on things, and you cannot talk about anything related to outside of the gaming experience. So like, oh, these weapons are cool, these the gameplay feels great, the artwork is nice looking, that's probably as far as you go. We can't talk about other things. At least I would be uncomfortable in talking about other things.
彼女を呼びます。
Whoops. Wait. 彼女 what?
彼女を呼びます。彼女を呼びます。
I guess the O just blends in. 彼女呼びます。Yeah.
彼らを呼びます。
Yeah, 彼らを呼びます。彼らを呼びます。I call divorce. I will call you. Wait, I'll call them. Just kidding. It's a fun game though. If you haven't played Wukong, it's wonderful. In the privacy of your own home. And, you know, privacy of your own thoughts. I absolutely love what was in it. I can talk about it like kind of third party-ish. However, I think the game is a great step for Chinese cultural exposure. I don't think it's going to be any easier in the future on providing commentary, especially commentary that I'm used to on certain things. I'm incredibly cognizant of the things of these things because I believe it is very appropriate for an adult to understand when you're when you get older, to understand and keep in mind what is public is up for ridicule, and I stand by most of the things I say and are allowed to do. Things I'm not allowed to do, I like to make sure I'm clear to do them. Holy is the word for divorce. That how literal is separate from marriage. Oh, see. Well, we'll see if that's how they bring up divorce. There are lots of boys. Sorry. There are lots of boys. It's called, it's Nikon. There are lots of boys. Sorry. Oh no. Are you going? Where is it? Yeah.
男の子
男の子がたくさん二人たくさんdie what?
大勢
What the heck
大
is
勢
interesting? Oze. I don't have Oze. Alright.
大勢います
The only reason I clicked on that was... Oh, it is Recon? Okay. The only reason I thought it could mean a lot is because of
大勢
this character, but it comes out Oze. Yeah, jeez. Oze. Oh, I mean the other read. Oh. As opposed to I was gonna go with like die or tie, but Oze, that's new. I can barely make out that character. Hopefully this character is available in the kanji section. There are a lot of people. Let's see. Oh, which by the way, I'm not saying being distracted in Japanese is a bad thing. I think I wanted to make sure that I don't give the impression that I have difficulties in Japanese because when learning Japanese, like get distracted in learning Japanese because there's a lot of good conversations about Japanese. People know a lot or want to be interested in Japanese culture right now, especially on Twitch. It's kind of self-selected. In Chinese, there's not a lot of conversations about it. And even more so, Wukong, like the TOS, things like that, it stunts conversation about Chinese culture because that's part of the Chinese culture, unfortunately or fortunately. I think Japanese culture is very topical right now, and they are also, in my opinion, they as in like the country itself in general, like are receptive. They are receptive to the idea that there are other people from other country who are interested in their culture and also have opinions about their culture. The Chinese culture is not the same case. And while it is nice, like pleasant, people talk and they're kind of enthusiastic, it does not allow for spread of Chinese culture, right? Without saying, like, overselling myself, I should know, at least in my opinion, that being away from China and being diaspora of China, that there's still not that much interest in Chinese culture, not for the sake of Chinese culture being uninteresting, largely due to the nature that it's very restrictive, it's very touchy. Like we have to keep in mind that I am also American, and Twitch and other things are American platform, and the United States and Chinese, without going into anything controversial, they do not have a very amicable relationship when it comes to open communication and depiction of each other's culture. Like I can't even imagine what, like, I don't even know what it is like growing up in China and what they think the United States people, like Americans, act like, because it's already pretty obvious as an American myself, right, how other people treat me, finding out that I am American, but I still appear, a non-traditional American, I suppose, like a non-majority American, and yet neighboring countries like European countries and stuff still have certain stereotypes and depictions online, right? I can only imagine what it's like in a closed off network where most kids are limited and also grow up in a closed off bubble like in China. So if Americans are accused for being ethnocentric and living in a bubble, I can't even imagine what it's like in China, even in Japan. Like Japan still has a greater level of bubble living than the United States. So that's kind of the stereotypes and stuff that I'm ultimately very curious about. At the same time, it's a reality. It's a really relevant and topical reality. When you grow up in a country that is extraordinarily monocultural, and that country or other countries criticize a country that is largely not monocultural, what does that say about the education level and the exposure of the country that is doing the ridiculing, right? I think this is one of those things that I take into consideration a lot. Being someone who, having parents who express ideas about American to you as a child who is often considered American rather than Chinese, right? It is very telling. So I'm not an American per se that don't understand what it's like to be exposed to people who unconditionally follow a monocultural lifestyle and reject or constantly be suspicious about another culture, especially the American culture. This is a very real topic, and I think the vast majority of the internet decide to, instead of confront and talk about these things in a serious manner, they make jokes about it, and then jokes make people laugh, and then laughing becomes stereotypes, right? And stereotypes become the internet culture. The misunderstanding that the United States is the it cultivates a whole era of population of ethnocentrism. Where does that perspective come from? It comes from more ethnocentric countries most of the time. Otherwise, there wouldn't be an agreement. Like, the irony here is, yeah, the United States complain and debate about pretty much everything. That's kind of what happens when you have diversity. It's not the other way around. So it's a tough thing. And Wukong is that's a good topic. When Chinese culture becomes popular, or more popular than it once was, how are they going to navigate it? I would love to have a window into the life and the tradition and the culture that my parents came from. At the same time, I also would love to know why they immigrated to the United States. Like, not them telling me why. Me observing and understanding why it happened, or like the motivations, whatnot. Like being able to observe, why is it that I am an American-born Chinese? Those are like really very deep questions I wonder every day because it's a very interesting question. Like, I could have been Japanese Chinese. That's another deep cut, by the way. That would have been almost astronomically unlikely. If people are into Japanese culture enough, they would probably also come across the relationship between Chinese and Japanese people. So there's so much going on there. Maybe it won't become a thing. Maybe it won't be a thing in the future. I think in terms of the American and the Japanese relations, that's changing. I don't know about the American and Chinese relations. That's there's I want to make one last remark about this because it's a very touchy subject and I don't want to like go into details, but there is something very conflicting and very cool but interesting and different being someone who have Chinese parents, born in the United States, and is interested in the Japanese culture. It's kind of like rock, paper, scissors, and you drew rock, paper, and scissors at the same time. How do you negotiate that? And that's why, and that bleeds into why I love Japanese culture, Chinese culture, whatever I can find my hands on. And yes, I do love the American culture. They are very startlingly similar in some ways, very incredibly complementary or contrastingly different. Even though like a lot of people would say Chinese and Japanese could be like lumped together in many aspects, not in this one, not in this case. And it's kind of like you have your 3 postcards. You know, every time you go up and line up a number line, you have Chinese, Japanese, and to me, in my head, right, because I'm selectively biased, you have a laundry list. Where does the country we're talking about land between Chinese, Japanese, and American culture? Because they're gonna be a combination of those 3 in some way, in my opinion. Obviously, I'm not European, so, or like I don't have any of European descent or anything like that, so other people will have their version. European, or I don't know, Italian, French, and German, and everything lies in between there. I can talk about this stuff all the time because it's so interesting. There's so many things. There's so many things about it. Is it appropriate for public forums? Probably not when it says in the terms of service that you can't. So I'm more than grateful to watch other people who are willing to play and talk about things in their own way. I cannot, unfortunately, do what I want to do while using things. So like I would love to if anyone works for Tofuku, say like, hey, you know what, we'll sponsor you for WaniKani. I'm on board without a doubt. But until then, even like Boon Pro, I don't even know what Boon Pro's like terms of service are. Probably not that bad. I can probably use it here. Maybe. Anki, probably, I suppose. My priorities deal with the community most of the time. And the developers. You got to know. You got to know. There are a lot of people. Oh, we got that new word, right? Which I promptly forgot. What the heck is...
ご飯
Oh, really?
ご飯
Huh. Interesting. Gohan. Is there anything on the prevalence of this character? Other forms. Okay. Doesn't really say frequency. So other forms. You literally just learned this character? Oh. Yeah, it doesn't say anything about frequency. I generally like check Jisho, or at least minimally check Jisho when I during stream to check if there's any like frequency notes, like footnotes, but it's the other form. I seen this earlier. In fact, the old Japanese course used this right away. I was told, use this right away. Like they literally used this right away. I remember reading about this before they swapped up the course, I think. It's just a kanji, yeah, I know, which is used to make a word more formal. Oh, okay. Yeah. Well, even more formal than formal? That sounds like it would be, right? I think this is really complicated. Like, the combination of Gohan, like, seeing this, I'm like, yikes. In retrospect, I would probably say that would scare people away. That looks a little bit scary. They did start with things like this. They deliberately, the first like 100 and I don't know 50 days, they stuck with kanji that is incredibly appropriate. Like what I mean is, it seemed like the kanji might be random to some extent, but it really wasn't. It had like three different facts, three different like factors that in my opinion made it really obvious that they chose things like this, like counters, especially counters of this nature. Like hito, they introduced hito, but then they introduced the use of this as a counter and stuff. So, but man, this one would be gnarly. It would be quite gnarly.
ご飯
It's good to see it now, though. Yeah, good to see it now. Let's see. What are we doing? There are a lot.
大勢の人大勢
Oze. Alright. Let me say this again. Oze. my lesson's gonna go bad. It's like Oze no hito ga imasu.
います
人が人がいます。Okay, there are a lot of men. Gotta drill in that 大勢。
大勢
大勢の男、
男
男
がいます。男人
男の人がいます。男の人がいます。No? Oh, 男の人, wait. Oh, right. Right. Put it back here, yes. Just kidding. Just kidding.
男の人が大勢います。
大勢。Oh boy. Boy howdy. I don't think I'm gonna create a mnemonic today.
有名
You may. Huh. You may. This is good. I like this one. Or this one's pretty neat. It's onyomi. You may. Yoming. 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 You may. Or at least some part of it is onyomi. It's the same characters too. Yoming. No change. This is famous in Chinese too. Yoming. Yume. Yoming. Whoops. Yume.
有名若い
Wakai. What? Wakai. Looks like I have another new vocabulary word. We'll find out soon. They always introduce the kana, and then the kanji before they offer the definition. What am I looking at? Oh, this is not that.
結婚
What? Oh, because wait. I thought it's the whole thing. Do you need to add more characters to it? Oh no. Okay. Oh. Wait. Oh, shiki is missing. Okay, shiki is missing. I see. Oh, okay. So it's kekon and shiki is okay. I was like, wait, this is wedding, right? And then I'm like, wait, wedding is not on this side. I was looking at konshiki, but he is missing. Okay.
有名
What was this again? Wakai.
若い
Nope. Doesn't ring a bell.
男 り
Riba. Oh,
結婚
this unit has a lot of vocabulary. Then help. Kekon. I'm making a mnemonic, or trying to make a mnemonic. Same care. Okay.
結婚
Wala.
若い
Wakai. Adjective, probably.
有名男
Koko.
Ri-
Riba. A friend of mine has recently become interested in learning. Do you think I should recommend they use Duolingo? I think, how well do you know your friend? Because honestly, if your friend already learned a language in school and it didn't work, so like for example, if you grew up in a country which is not the United States most of the time, even in the United States, now they only know English. You're learning Japanese in Duolingo. I think it's pretty good. Also, hey there, Parthy. So, if they only know English, it's pretty good. Because, what I mean is, if they have no idea how to approach learning another language, encouraging them to use Duolingo temporarily, and then using that as a way to find out how they're going to learn the language, that is probably, if I had, like, for me, for example, hypothetically, if I had a friend that said they want to learn another language and they only know English, my first thought is, hey, you can come and join me and use this low barrier thing and feel it out. But largely to encourage them to feel it out, because since they don't have any basis, right? No basis for learning or something, any language, Duolingo is so low effort. It's not a good or a bad thing. The low effort means that they're gonna have to work harder. I know how ironic that sounds, but Duolingo takes away the quote unquote a lot of the difficulty. So because of that, you might not be getting a lot from it. However, if you have no place to start, like, oh, you learned Spanish in high school for 3 months and then learn in college for a year, and you already have that idea like, oh yeah, that didn't work for me, this didn't work for me. It's that same experience. Duolingo is very similar to that experience. So if they don't have a prior experience like that, then it might be fun for a bit. Like for a while, it might be fun. There's a high chance it might be fun for a while or engaging. And then you can use that to introduce other things like wanikani or things that will allow them to step into a more, in case it doesn't, like, it's not interesting. I think overall, like, Duolingo would become disinteresting to the vast majority of people. I understand how this sounds, but I would be lying if I say half the fun of Duolingo is having people to talk to when you're streaming Duolingo. And I doubt your friend is a streamer, so if I didn't stream something while language learning, then if there wasn't anything I could stream, we probably wouldn't meet each other now. Like, I would be doing something else. I'd be playing video games or something. The idea of Duolingo is you find community. Community is where it starts. Like, the first thing that Duolingo introduced you to is that there are lots of people who like or would love to learn another language. That, in my opinion, is almost invaluable as a start. In fact, there's a lot of people who bond over hating Duolingo after 3 or 4 months. So that's still, in my opinion, getting people to learn a language, and Duolingo does its job. Like, that's what makes it funny sometimes when someone says, oh yeah, I didn't learn anything from Duolingo other than learning and pushing yourself to learning a language. Because hating Duolingo is also doing that. You started with Duolingo, you started with something. And that's probably all I can say about that. If your friend has like no experience whatsoever with language learning. there are other things that I probably ask, but I think you probably answer already, where you ask them what else did they learn? What was the last thing that they learned? If they don't like school, Duolingo can be helpful. If they don't like the school structure, like long hours, but if they're really dedicated and they like, I don't know, they like nerding out to anime or enter like 4-hour discussions about the nuances of the letter I in English, probably not so much. Duolingo is probably not for you. I doubt they would be using a textbook. Okay, yeah. Then if they don't like a textbook and you're like that, I think Duolingo is a great place to start, because it's in my opinion is so low. Like the effort requirement is so low. Of course, since you're like a Japanese language learner already, that's a great place to get them interested, and then you as a friend who knows a lot about Japanese can use it as a wonderful way to engage with your friend, make good memories and great experiences, and then add other things to it. Genuinely speaking, I highly encourage it, much like everyone else, even those people who get angry at me for continuing to use Duolingo when everything else replaces it. I don't think there are things that replace Duolingo. It's really popular and continue to be popular because it's not replaced by anything. Like there's nothing that replaces Duolingo's niche in language learning. Whether it's the power of business, the meme, the community, it's very big because there aren't things that solely replaces it. And I'm highlighting all the things that it doesn't replace. There isn't a tool out there that makes it so low effort to want to learn a few words each day. It's almost the opposite for Japanese tools. Japanese tools almost notoriously, in my opinion, aim for higher competence and higher difficulty because it attracts that hardcore lifestyle, right? People who want to learn Japanese are kind of hardcore. They consider themselves hardcore. It's kind of poetic because the Japanese culture is pretty hardcore, right? That part, the hardworking, accelerating thing. Duolingo does the opposite. So when someone says, I don't get why people continue to use Duolingo, it's because all the other tools don't take the Duolingo approach, which is to make things so feasibly easy when it's not, right? So that's the criticism. Like Duolingo makes it seem like it's so easy to learn a language. Oh, 15 minutes a day, like that's absurd. Like, well, yeah, it is. However, if you start with saying, oh, dude, if you start learning Japanese now, it's going to take 6 years. And even then, you might even spend your whole life. And even then, you might not be fluent. Well, they're not going to start learning Japanese. I'm just saying. Like, let's talk about trade-offs here. Yes, it's a symptom. And, you know, as a friend, as other people, as knowledgeable, competent people, you can lead into it. I think lots of Japanese language learners and tools inadvertently scare people away from learning Japanese. Japanese still has little to no exposure. Like what I mean is, it might seem like everyone and their mothers and their fathers are learning Japanese, but it's less than 1%. There are a lot of people outside of Japan, and Japan is a country with a diminishing population of people, and even how topical it can be, there are not a lot of people who want to learn Japanese. It might seem like you and your friends and everyone else is interested, but it's so small compared to Spanish, English, and even Chinese. So it's weird. And if there's anything I could say about Duolingo, is boy, they would be at least happy and having fun for the first month or two, if you get lucky, or 2 months maybe. then you have to get creative. I think that was my mindset. My mindset is to make Japanese learning as engaging as possible while being able to continue streaming Duolingo. Because you can stream Duolingo. It's a pragmatic choice. Again, I wouldn't mind if I got an opportunity to have like a deal or a collaboration with like Tofuku or something. However, that's not in the cards, right? I would totally love to say the same thing about Wanikani, which it's true about Wanikani too. Like if your friend doesn't have budget concerns, I think Wanikani is incredible as well. From Wanikani you can, eventually hit up Satori Reader. There's so many, but you can't stream those things. Yeah. I would say yes. Especially hiragana and katakana. You don't even do, in my opinion, I think nowadays the vast majority of people don't even start the lessons in Duolingo. They go straight to the hiragana and the katakana section and learn the quote-unquote alphabet, the phonetics. And some people would say like, oh yeah, but the phonetics are not native speak and samples, and it's like, yeah, but it's a engaging way of learning kana. So if you're listening to native speak and you don't have an engaging system to do that, then Duolingo is where it's at. I think Tofuku does a wonderful job. The Tofuku beginners like PDF, and then like I don't know if they have samples, but I'm pretty sure they do. There's also kana tables. There are wonderful kana tables everywhere online, where you can click and then do the kana table and then listen to the sounds. Obviously, it's not good enough for pitch accent, but it's nice enough to be able to recognize the basic sounds. It's the most rewarding. I think one of the earliest milestones to get someone hooked on Japanese is seeing kana and knowing you can say it, and then break it to them about kanji. Slowly break it to them about onyomi and kunyomi when it comes to kanji. And I think that I know this is going to sound cynical and maybe a little bit deceptive, but by the time they get their kana down, they're already in deep enough that their commitment will make approaching kanji with onyomi and kunyomi less like, all right, never mind, I can still quit now while I'm ahead. There you go. I think I've seen far too many, but at that point, I think the most common thing that I've seen was, oh, I got kana, and it's like, oh yes, I can do this, right? And they're like, wait, before I start lessons and stuff, let's go and learn all the grammar. And then it'd be like a month in, and they never started their lessons. They quit. Duolingo literally tries not to do this. For at least, actually, to a fault, basically. To a fault. And you can definitely tell from me, right? Like, up to this point, like, I still, like, okay, well, it's still a simple sentence. Or at most, I can make, like, an if-then statement or a compound sentence, right? One thing it can definitely do is keep giving you vocab at the expense of a genuine interest in grammar, whatnot, and complex sentences. If I am a person who don't mind sounding like a 5-year-old until I grow up. So, humility, humble beginnings, I'm gonna say. Humble beginnings. How do I learn how to draw? One line at a time. Actually, since you were here for my Inktober thing, the first time I drew on stream, was actually a little bit before Inktober. Someone, I think, not ironically, I don't think they mean it that way. It's like, dude, I love the MS Paint aesthetic. And my reaction was like, I don't know if that's sarcasm or if that's sincere. That was literally my first comment. That I still remember today. I drew an emote. Before I started Inktober, I drew an emote. And it was completely flat. It was 2D. And I actually did it in Krita. Right? I did it in Krita. The same program I use today. Like, it's still going. It's really good. It's a great thing. And their first comment was like, man, I love the MS Paint aesthetic. I'm like, oh my goodness. So that's where I'm at right now. It looked terrible. Like what I mean is it looked hang on. No, this is always weird. I love sharing these things, so oh, hold up. Let me see if I can find it really does look like MS Paint thing though. And I laugh about it all the time. Now I'll have to come back to you. I'll have to let's just say let's just say this, it's not even this. It's less than this. It's less than this. My first emotes are less than this. They're like pixel. So I used a pixel brush. So I basically you can see all the individual pixels, but I was trying to do curves and stuff with pixels, so it looked like an MS Paint thing. Like there's no smooth, like no blending, no smooth curves or anything. So hey, humble beginnings. I still remember it, and I thought it was really funny. Like, well, thanks.
結婚
結婚
結婚しましたか？
結婚しましたか? Wait. Oh, interesting. Sudo. Is this a sudo? Didn't think. Okay. Yeah. Ah, sudo. Nice. You, I guess. Did you get married? Yeah, that's fine. That person's not around anymore. Like, I would love for that person to come back, you know, so we can talk about it. Like, progress is contagious. Like, I am no stranger. Dude, I remember my beginnings. I keep it right here. Like, I make sure that I remember where I started. How did I start Japanese? No, see, I couldn't do anything in Japanese at all. I couldn't even talk about Japanese. Like, there was nothing to talk about other than like how much I don't know about the Japanese language. Oh, those are long days. Young.
若い
Wait, wakai. Oh, wakai. Oh, that's young. Oh, wakai. Interesting. Wakai. New vocabulary word. And new kanji.
大変美味しいです。
大変美味しいです。Oh, this is a review.
大人ですか？
大人 what? Why? Oh, here's something that's funny. This is a Duolingo thing. I don't know if your friend's gonna like this, but I have lots of like Duolingo isms that I tend to talk about all the time. This is a Duolingo ism. Because they introduced otona, one of my first memories about learning Japanese was when I tried to watch a drama series right after learning hiragana because just immersed, bro. One of my very first experiences when learning Japanese after I got my kana, right? After my kana moment, someone said, "Oh, you know kana now. Can you read this?" And I clearly remembered that the whole thing was in like 90% kanji. And at the time, since I didn't really know how to react, I'm like, well, I can't read any of this. Like, good. I'm like, okay. I don't understand. What like what are you trying to prove? But in retrospect, I'm like, yeah, I mean, obviously it was in kanji. That's the type of interaction I had. Like, well, yeah, of course I can't read it. It's like 90% of it is in kanji. Like, what do you expect? It's so weird. Like, what did you get? What did that person get out of that? Like, great, you can read kanji and I can't. I didn't say I could. Oh, which by the way, this dualism, duo. The way duo makes things hard per se, you know, like when people talk about hard, right? I know this word, hard, is they go for confusing. And I know how ironic this sounds because like when you're learning a language, do you really want it to be confusing? But we're not talking about like deliberate, we're not talking about like confusing in the sense that not necessarily confusing. This is one of them. Without a doubt, with hands down, the one thing that I think when it comes to onyomi, unyomi, and like reads because they don't want to focus on grammar, is the vocabulary sounds. When you have otona, right? Otona, you have otoko. What they try so often is they attempt to find something that sounds like something else or looks like something else and put it into the same unit. So ito was already in this chapter, and o it was already in this chapter, which kind of, you know, that's duo. Duo does this. And now it's starting to make me question, like, what was the other, what were the other vocabulary?
大人、
Okay, otona. So we know otona because okay. So big person, otona, got it. Grown up, got it. And you know, yeah, sure, I get it. I still really understand. Like the sentence is short, right? It's a short question. It's a short question. The idea is I can't imagine focusing on this and also focusing on elaborating at the same time. So they try to break it down. And it's separate. When one unit, if they introduce like conjunctions in one unit, the vocabulary is gonna be all mostly old. They're gonna be old and lower number of kanji. It's so low. Like rarely does Duolingo say, let's just slap this kid and make them quit Japanese. That's kind of how I feel about Duolingo's design. It's so low. The baseline difficulty, quote unquote, difficulty is so low that it also slows down progress, which is largely what I would say. If this, what I said here, if it doesn't sound great, yeah, use Duolingo to get started and then move to something faster. Move to something more aggressive. Something that tickles your difficulty requirements. The most difficult thing that I ever have done when I started language learning is using Duolingo. No, not because Duolingo is hard or anything. It's the people that I engage with that is very difficult. And to me, that's a lot of fun. People are difficult. I wouldn't be streaming and enjoying streaming if I didn't enjoy talking to people being difficult. And I don't mean by difficult as in a negative thing. I mean people care a lot. I like meeting people that care a lot in different ways. Like ways that disagree with me, ways that agree with me. If they don't care a lot, then I don't see why I'm streaming in the first place. Right. Hello there, Victor. Hello. We are running late today. There's so many. Sorry, we are running late today. Oh. How are you, Victor? It's getting close to game time, isn't it? You got 11 days, maybe? I feel like it's within 11 days now. You're doing okay. You have bad news? Alright. They pulled your job offer. How do they... You did mention that was a possibility. You're stuck at your old job? Oh my gosh, Victor.
大人
I'm sorry to hear that. Any chance they are willing to let me keep working full time? Okay. I was about to ask. Well, that sucks.
僕はまだ若いですよ。
That really sucks. I didn't realize that could happen. What are you gonna do now? Are you gonna try again to look for something else? 僕はまだWhat was this? 悪いでしょ No, not 悪い。若いでしょ I am still young? I'm still young, you know. Sorry. Right. You will try again on October 15th? Okay. I'll check posting in case I see something. Well, that's good. I'm glad you feel okay after that. I feel like that's a bit deflating. Although you already mentioned, as someone who's very reasonable, that it could happen, right? You did mention that I think briefly about that there's a chance because it has no like security. It was too good to be true. I'm sorry to hear that. Yeah. Well, off to the next one. Glad to hear that your old job is, they don't leave you hanging, out to dry. That sounds a nightmare scenario. Well, let me know if you find something really juicy. I would love to hear about it. Their HR department screwed up. GI looking for a better candidate. The bar has been... Oh. Wow. Man, they don't even give you a "we're sorry," they don't even give you compensation. Come on. You know what's funny about this statement? It's Junior saying it. It landed on junior. I'm still young, you know. Boku wa mada boku wa mada mada yo. What is it? Wakai desho.
その女の人は有名です。
We're learning about relationships today. You need to get your contracting agency to get them to send me a letter. Oh, okay. I see. Oh, that was something I was not expecting today, Victor. I was not expecting. I was looking forward to how your onboarding was going. C'est la vie, I suppose. Sono... oh no. Sono... onna no hito wa yume desu.
その女の人は有名です。
女の人は有名です。Hey. Sorry, I just got Englished. I don't want to talk
こ
about
の女の子たちは有名です。この女の子たちは有名です。
it. この女の子たち
女の子
たちは
有名です。この女の子たちは有名です。
この女の子たちは有名です。
色、半分、お金、結婚、
すぐ。
あの女の人たちは有名です。あの
something
女
のたち人たち
たち
Nah.
あの女の人たちは有名です。
Wait.
あの女の人たちは有名です。
Oh man, they're really doing it.
は有名です。
Okay. 音の子。音の子。
男の子
blah 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 blah. 男の子。Dang it. Yeah, 男の子。男の子。女ね。女子。wait.
大人
大人。大人。Oh man. Oh, okay. Oh. Where did that read coming? Do I have anything with? So that's all. I guess I can't remember all. Tona. Maybe. No. No, that's not it either. Okay. I'll just have to remember it.
大人
Otona.
南、
Minami.
北、
Ita. I'm trying to think of another place where I would know Ona for this character.
半
Bamboo.
その女の人は有名です。
Sorry, I was curious if that was grammatically correct or not. Like women, that women is famous. No, that doesn't make that English.
亡くなりました。
What? Nakuri narimashita. Narimashita. That kind of reminds me of the isogashi. Nakurimashita. Nakurinari narimashita. I guess this is... I don't know what that is.
なくなります
nakurinarimasu.
なくなります死にます
Shinimasu. Nope. Oh, there's divorce. Wait, right? Yeah, this is divorce. Rikon.
離婚
Rikon. There's divorce.
有名
Oh my gosh, they just went a little ham on this unit. What the heck?
死にません
Listen.
死にました
Nakunarimasu. Nakunarimasen.
なくなりません
Nakunarimasen.
死にません死にません
I don't think either of these. I don't think I know either of these.
赤ちゃん
Akachan I do though.
赤ちゃんは可愛いです
Akachan wa kawaii desu. Okay. Babies are cute. Mostly.
その鳥は死にません。
Sono tori wa shinimasen. So... Oh, shine? Oh, like shine? Oh no. Is it die?
死に。
Oh. I didn't realize to die is Shinu. Oh, Shinu. Wow. Wow. That bird will not die. Oh no. Why is this in relationships? Oh, I guess man, that went dark. The theme of this unit is relationships. What the heck? Like, they talk about breakups and divorces, but now they just like, yeah, you know what? We need to throw in die somewhere. So let's talk about a relationship with a pet, and throw in the word die for it. It's a bear that outlived the owner. Oh no, that's so dark.
彼は400年前に死にました。彼
That's so dark. Fun fact, Shinu is one of the first verbs you learn in textbooks because it is the only verb that ends in nu. Oh really? That is a fun fact. Yeah. Oh, that's cool. I didn't realize that's the only verb that ends in nu. Neat. I'll remember that. I'll definitely remember that. I knew shine. That's how I shine is how I knew that was die. When I saw the conjugation, I was like, oh, that makes sense. That kind of thing. But she knew the only verb that thing. That's a fun fact. That's a really fun factoid.
彼は400年前に死にました。は
彼は400。Wait.
400。彼は400年前に死にました。年前に死にました。
Is that what I heard?
彼は400年前に死にました。
彼は oh, she died 400 years ago. Or he died 400 years ago. Sorry. I mean this had to happen eventually. I just didn't think I would be talking about death in this unit.
彼は400年前に死にました。
He died 400 years ago. I take it back. I take it back, human being. This is way out of context. This is so difficult now. Like connecting this to the theme of relationship. Yeah, no, yeah. This lesson is gone unhinged. It's way off base now. Now we're talking about our relationships with our ancestors. Death in Asian culture is a big topic. It is. Yeah, it really is. So now we're talking about our relationship with our ancestors. That's how I'm theming the context. So we're talking about relationships. Now we're also talking about heritage and our relationships with our past.
7月に離婚しました。
7月に離婚しました。He got divorced in July. This is a really okay. Real talk. This is a big topic, but it's also borderline taboo. I can't speak for Japanese, but I'm talking more like how I feel about like Asian culture. In general, this is a big topic. However, not public. It's so real. Like this stuff is really real. So we have a very dark unit right now. The reason why I'm emphasizing that is because I also grew up in the United States, and not so much. Yeah, not so much in the United States. This is way different in kind of like Western, the current modern contemporary Westernized stuff. But this, whew, man, casually talking about divorce and death. Yep, that's exactly what I was expecting on this unit. Chocolate. Yeah, Duolingo casually talking about divorce. You know? I got divorced. Oh, he got divorced. I got divorced. Yeah, that's fair. Okay.
離婚。
離婚。
子供が生まれました。
子供がI heard okay, it is 生まれました。Okay. 子供が生まれました。No context. My child was born. Well, if you have death, you have birth. I guess that kind of balances out, you know? Sort of.
その方は亡くなりました。
Okay, so what does 亡くなりました mean? Passed away?
亡くなりました。
Okay. Oh, and this is a duoism. Yeah, this is a duoism. If they're introducing a vocabulary word, typically they try to also include similar words. At least one other similar word. They come in pairs a lot of times. So now I have shinu, and not that they're identical, but they try to form like associations by that. So nakurimash, I don't know why I wouldn't have expected it have something to do with divorce or death. Nakunarimashita. It's one of those days. It's one of those days. Oh boy. その方は亡くなりました。亡くなりました。
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
Okay.
その
A certain amount of date.
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
女と
女
の人千枚 no. I don't remember how long ago. It was long ago.
1000年
千年
前は
前に
亡くなりました。
Maybe this? そのokay. その女とその女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
その女の人は1000年前に亡くなりました。
1000年前に亡くなりました。Okay. Oh, yeah, past 1,000 years. 1,000 years ago. Okay. I was gonna make a joke about a 1,000-year-old language, but here we are. Yes.
子供
子供が was it 生まれました。
また
Was your baby born? Yeah, that was the context. That was the context that I was thinking. My child was born. Being in a relationship, becoming a father, right? Father and mother, becoming parents. Like my child was born, like just now. Congratulations. Omedetou, right? Okay. Was your baby born yet? That's fine. They'll probably add yet at some point. Is your baby born yet? Or something like that. I don't know. Born. So 生まれました。
今日
Interesting.
今日赤ちゃん
は
生まれ
ました
か
生まれましたか赤ちゃん I could see like was your child born today? So I was like, oh, okay, you could say that too. My child was born last year. Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah. I figured they were gonna add like at least a time or something.
去年
They added kyonen from last unit. Kyonen. Do you just start with akachan and imply it's yours?
赤ちゃん
赤ちゃんが生まれました。
生まれました
There's still more. There's still one more unit. The last lesson is review. So there's still one more.
別れません
別れません. Of course about breaking up. Of course it's about breaking up. 別れません. Well, we didn't break up there, so that's kind of neat.
別れません
That's kind of
別れました
別れました。
独身です。
独身です。Oh, I'm single. Wait, is it どうと独身です。Okay, 独身です。Oh, and it's fun again. I think I haven't done this in a long while. So I like to read the furigana just to double check whenever it's a new vocabulary or a vocabulary that I'm maybe like not too familiar with. It's been a while. So it kind of feels like Chinese now, where like, I'm just double checking. Before it was like not as engaging because oh yeah, we know this, so we're waiting for the kanji, right? And then we focus, kanji, kanji, kanji. 独身です。独身です。
大学の友達はまだみんな独身です。
Interesting. Really? 大学
のまだ
Wait.
大学の友達はまだみんな独身です。
大学の友達
はまだ
まだ独身です。
独身大学の友達はまだみんな独身です。
みんな独身です。Wait, 大学の友達は
みんなまだです。
All my university friends are still single.
大学の友達はまだみんな独身です。
That's kind of I've said this before. 大学の友達はまだみんな独身です。All my university friends are still single.
彼はまだ独身です。
I think Duolingo is also being a bit vicious too. 彼はまだ独身です。Okay. Okay. Everyone's single now.
彼女はいません。
彼女はいません。What the heck? Oh, that 彼女. Like, what the what's going on? Oh, that explains why they introduced onna to make it less confusing. I see. That makes sense. 彼女はいません. More context.
彼氏はいますか？
彼氏 there's 彼氏.
彼氏は
彼氏はいますか? I want to say something likeいえ彼氏 died 1,000 years. Just kidding. I forgot what it was. Naku. No, that's pass away. I guess we can use shinu or what is it like sen 千年前に亡くなりました。Like, no, I don't have a boyfriend. He died 1,000 years ago.
去年彼女と別れました。
Okay, I'm being a troll now. Or let's focus. Okay. 去年彼女と別れました。Oh, no,別れました。
別れました。
別れました。Wait. Yeah, 別れました。I said 別れました。彼女。去年。Okay.
先月彼氏と別れました。
先月。Oh, did you just go 先月。彼はね Could have sworn I heard 彼は。
彼氏
と別れました。
別れました。先月彼氏と別れました。
It's still weird that they drop it. I still would I'm so used to saying 先月は No, right. 先月は、彼氏と別れました。別れました。
彼女はいますか？
彼女はいますか？ Do you? I hope they're alive. Because, you know.
週末、彼氏とデートしました。
デートしました。デート。彼氏。彼氏。週末。デートしました。How are you phrasing this? Went to? Oh man, I went on a date? Okay. With me, 彼氏と、週末。I don't remember. Oh, is this a single? 独身。
独身。
Yeah, 独身。
別れません。
死にました。
亡くなりません。
I hope these are in there. Predicates are not very commonly listed.
彼氏。
彼氏。
彼女は独身ですか？
彼女は独身ですか？ I'm a little high on Japanese right now, sorry. I can't get over this unit. He went on a date with his girlfriend on the weekend. Okay, okay.
週末。
週末。彼は。彼は彼女とデートしました。
しました。
去年。
去年
彼女
と別れました。
別れ
また。
Did I not do this already? Oh, I swapped it up.
週末。
彼氏とデートしました。Are we done? Oh no, there's the review. Oh no. Okay.
その女の人は有名です。
その女の人は有名です。Okay. Not this time. There are a lot of men. What was this again? 大勢 right?
大勢。
Yeah, 大勢
大
right.
勢。
I was gonna make the same mistake again. So 男の人が大勢います。How did I screw this up?
こちら。
こちら。Oh, こちらの方。こちらの方は
どなた
ですか？女の子。
皆さん女の人です。
皆さん女の子です。Okay. あ、女人です。女の子です。あ、結婚。
結婚。
結婚。I'm surprised wedding was not reintroduced.
兄の夫はカナダ人です。
兄のね兄の夫は、oh. カナダ人、oh, カナダ。Oh gosh. Save me from the katakana. カナダ人です。カナダ人です。Okay.
明日、私たちはデートに行きます。明日、
私はデート
デートに行きます。
よ。
明日、私たちはデートに行きます。
私たち。
明日、私たちはデートに行きます。
Okay.
家族は何人いますか？
家族は何人いますか？家族。Oh. Wait, these prompts were there? These prompts seem reasonable. How many people are in your family? Sure. I was gonna say how many family people you That's not good. Oh no.
週末、彼は彼女とデートしました。
English is my second language, guys. That's the narrative. English is my second language. Don't worry about it.
週末、彼は彼女とデートしました。
週末 I mean, it's actually kind of true, but still. 週末、
彼は彼女とデートしました。
彼は Who are you?
彼女
とデートしました。
週末、彼は彼女とデートしました。
彼は彼女とデートしました。
週末、彼氏とデートしました。
週末、彼氏としました。ね？
デート去年、彼女と別れました。彼女
kidding
去年彼女と去年、彼女と別れました。ました。
家族は何人いますか？
家族は何人いますか？ Okay. Safe. Alright, so we got 15 minutes of kanji before we go. And yes, it's a larger than average unit. Oh, it's about the same as the last one. Oh, it's because it's missing 3 predicates, isn't it? Yes, the 3 predicates are missing. Of course they don't log the 3 predicates. Lipa.
立派
Lipa.
立派。立派。
立派
立派
立派。
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 立派
立派。立派。
立派
立派。
Oh, this is the first time I've got acquainted with this,
立派。
seen this radical
立派
pattern.
立派。立派。
立派
立派
We're growing.
立派。
We're growing.
立派。
立派
I feel more
Lipa.
competent now.
立派。
I got a new radical.
立派
It really doesn't happen that often anymore. New radicals. Like
立派
coincidentally, not new radicals. I'm not saying
Lippa.
there aren't any new radicals left.
立派
And not very
Lippa.
common.
立派
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 Because of both Chinese and Japanese.
立
Okay. Give me the other ones. Come on.
立派立派
立派
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 The good news is I laughed so hard, it's very hard to forget
Lippa.
the 3 predicates I got today. Well, actually,
立
4.
派
立派
立派
Umari
Lippa.
mashita. Sorry, it's kind of hard to think while doing this. What, born? 2 ways to say die and break up? Is that it? Marriage kind of sort of counts. It's a suru. Kekon suru. Kata.
型
Oh no. I can forget things like that too.
女
Onna.
隣
Oops.
女
Onna. Kata.
型
Kata.
女
Tsuma. One of the few moments where the Chinese have one more character than the Japanese, like so far. Usually it's the other way around. Oh, actually, maybe not. These count too, actually.
姉
Ane. Oops.
姉娘
Musume. Oops.
女
Too much thinking.
女
Focus.
女
Otto. Otto.
女 娘 親
Oya.
型
Kata.
肩
Kata.
女弟
I don't want to talk about it.
型
Kata.
妻
Musume. Oh yeah, right.
Onna
Onna.
彼
Kare.
女
Onna.
姉
Ane.
型
Da.
妻
Tsuma. Kata. Oh. Oh no. Okay.
立派
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 立派立派
立
I don't even remember if I
立派
remember my Chinese vocabulary from yesterday.
Lippa.
立派
Yikes.
立派
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 立派立派
Yugata.
夕方
Okay. Fair enough.
Kata.
Kata. Sure.
写真、台所、日、方、夕方、
肩
夕方
Oh, not the same character. Whoops.
ゆが
方
電話、何、
何
方、
高校、
夕方。
Interesting. 夕方、
夕方、夕方、
夕方、
夕方
夕方
方、弟、夕方、方、時間、
三分、
肩
弟、
弟、
方、
また、
夕方、
夕方、
後で、
後で、
留学、
学、
夕方夕方
方、
方、
夕方、習慣、僕、4
時、
肩
古い、道、
い、
彼、
あれ、
方、
方、
夕方、
方。
立派
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 立派立派
立派
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 立派立派
立派
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 立派立派
男の子、男の人、男の人、
男の人男の人
男の人
男の人
This one's a freebie.
男の人
男の人
Oh no, it might not be a
男の人
freebie
男の人
because of stroke order.
男の人男の人
男の人
男の人
Yeah, it's fine.
男の人
男の人
It's more or less the same.
男の人
Oops. Nope. Immediately, I did the horizontal stroke first. Jeez. Mina. Or just Mina. Oh,
Mina.
that's supposed to Mina.
み
Okay.
な
I thought it might have been Mina. Okay.
みなみな
みな
みな
Mm.
みなみな
Okay.
みな
みな
みなみな
みな
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 I'm not sure if I wrote the stroke in the right direction when I saw it.
Di-
The first time.
立派
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 立派立派
男の人。男の人。
男の人
男の人。
男の人
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 男の人男の人
男の人
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 ん立派。
立派
立派。
立派
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 立派立派
Okay. みな、
みな
みな
みなみな
みな
that help.
みな
みなみな
みな
みな
Okay. 男の人。
男の人
男の人。男の人。
男の人
男の人男の人
男の人
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 I'm so hungry right now.
男の人
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 Okay.
み
な
みな
みな
みなみな
みな
みな
みなみな
みな
みな
Okay. Oh, Jose. Oh, specifically lots of people? Jose. Oh, no. It's Jose, not Jose.
大勢
大勢
Holy crowded. Whoa.
大勢
That's kind of gross.
大勢
大勢
Oh my gosh. It's a
Jose.
curly one.
大勢
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 What the heck, dude?
大勢
Why is this so... It's so heavy.
大勢
So heavy on the top one. Like, what the heck? This one's so crowded. It's so congested. I don't like this. What I mean is, it doesn't look great.
大勢
It's so crowded.
大勢
Oh, whoops.
大勢
It kind of reminds me of Atsui's format. Alright, that's 15 minutes. So, ooh, that's from yesterday. Okay. And that was my Chinese lesson yesterday. Let's see if I remember any of that. Okay, so let's organize it. Let's at least attempt to organize the information, right? So yeah, okay. So right, yeah, the ba. Wait. Was it? Or was it down first? Oh no, it's right left. Okay. And the font makes it look like there's a tail. That's a little confusing. So Ripa, we're just gonna put it on its own. I don't think we have any other. Oh, we do actually. Wakai. Where's Wakai? Oh, and we also have yeah. The cone works in this category too, as well as Dokshin. Dokshin. And this is Dokshin. I think. Dokshin. Yeah, Dokshin. So Dokshin. Oh, that's kind of nice. Single, married, divorced. Where's I don't remember. Okay, let's check these off first. Place this over here. So otoko. Right, otoko and onna no hito, no hito and ko. So otoko no hito, otoko no ko, and onna no hito, onna no ko. Okay, so okay. Sure. Might as well place this kata here. There's a hito. Kata. There's divorce. What was here? Decon. Let's take a look at Decon. It's kind of hard to make it out. Oh, okay, it's the X one. Oh, interesting. And this is why it's so much fun to have Duolingo Chinese and Duolingo Japanese line up. That's kind of funny. We have that character actually. We have both, but the show quarter is gonna be different for the right radical. Yeah, it's vertical first. Oh, I see what you mean by Separate. Oh, I see what you mean. Interesting. That combination of characters, since I don't have too many to compare it with, this combination of character is far from plus who. Far from plus like person. So when you combine them, far from, what is this again? Cone. Oh, far from marriage. That's funny. Far from marriage, divorce. I totally get the whole separate thing. The far from is coming from Chinese. Far from someone or something, or yeah, that's funny. Okay. Okay. That's actually part of our vocabulary right now. This character is part of our vocabulary. Oh, I wrote it too big. This character is so dense. What the heck? You're combining two like gigantic characters. What's up with all these dense characters today? Okay, I'll remember this. This one's pretty okay. This also is kind of explanatory too. So like it's a female, it's a 彼女彼氏 day. So wedding day, right? Kon, because kareshi, am I crazy, or kareshi has, wait, yeah, it has this character is yeah. So then you have female, male. This is part of kanojo and kareshi. So kanojo, kareshi, i. So kon. That makes sense. At least that's how I'm gonna remember it. And then what else we have? So we have divorced, single. We have married. Yeah, we do have married. Oh, we have marriage. That's close enough. Which it's this, right? No, it's not this. What am I talking about? It's ke. Where is ke? Wait. Ne? Oh, no, it was this. Okay. How do I get ke though? Kon. How do I remember this? What are my clues? I have to think about it. I think I have a few choices here, but they don't quite line up. And then Kekon. This is close enough. Largely due to the characters lining up. So these two characters line up, so we'll remember the other. All right. Yume. Yume is just throw it on the pile. Yume. Where the heck is my you? Oh, it's a new character? Oh, this is a new character? That's weird. Only because it's yo, which is very common in Chinese. As a be like one of the first. So you may, sure. They're kind of adjective, like you may. Oh, here's the young. No, this is single. Wait, not single. The heck was this? Was it young? Oh, this was young, yeah. Wakai, yeah. I just stuck with my. Let's throw it on here. No, nothing but going right. A crown with the right. Jeez. What was the young modifier? Oh, okay, it stands alone as an E adjective, sure. I think. I totally forgot what it was again. Yeah. Wakai. There's Akachan. Filter it under people. Akachan. I'll be floored if I remember most of these. So we have Kareshi. Kare? Yeah, Kareshi. Kareshi might be easy to remember because of Kon. What was this? Oh, something. Oh, what? Oh, save me. I should throw in Mina in here. We're all over the place. A lot of people, I guess. Oh, that's where the, oh, okay. Oze. Yeah, Oze. That's where Oze is. Oze. Sorry, Oze. Right, Oze. What was this, right? Yeah, and then this. And that. Okay. Yeah, Oze. Yeah, Oze. I complained about this already, so it's gonna be, this is probably gonna be fresh in my head. Okay, and we are missing 4. We have and I have no idea what they are because I didn't get a chance to see them. So, or like again, so we have, kind of looks like this, I think. Pretty sure that's how you write it. So she knew. Wait. I'm like, wait a minute. That is what I'm trying to write. She knew Naka Nakunaru? Nakunaru? No. Yes. Nakunaru. Not to be confused with the other Nakunaru. Oh wait, is there a little tail? No, there isn't a tail. Nakunaru. So Shinu and Nakunaru are grouped together. I can couple something else. Like, we can couple Dokshin with Rikon. Dokshin Rikon with Wakareru, right? Wakareru and Wakareru Gwa. No, that's not even helpful. No, we're not gonna use Gwa. I think it was Gwa. Oh wait, no, that's not Gwa. It's different. No. It's not. It's this. Slightly different. It's not the other character. Interesting. So wakareru. Oh, we can couple Akachan. So Akachan to what kind of look like this. Umareru? Yeah, Umareru. That's not too bad. Actually not a new character, but Umareru. So Umareru. Was there anything else that I can remember? There's definitely other things. There are definitely other things. However, we'll stick with this. I think this is as much as I can even bear to remember. Oh, this is gonna be so tough tomorrow. Shinu and Nakunaru. And Nakunaru is gonna... Okay. Yume. I think Yume and Ripa kind of complement. Then we have status and young. Young, maybe link with Akachan. And we have Paul as well. Okay. And then a lot of people with Kata. Kata and Mina. 彼氏 and 彼女 apt. Okay. So let's go over here and try to rattle off some stuff. So what was this? Ripa. Ripa. Right. Ripa. Yume. Yume. Those are our two. We have Kon. Ke is the one that I'm using rote memory, so it's gotta be this one. Ke. Just to show. Ke Kon. Kon is mnemonic. Right. And we flex to the kon. D is the big far away from. So this far away from who that is. All right. We have young. Well, let's see. Marriage, divorce, single. Single is Dokshin. Dokshin is unorthodox, so Dokshin is the weirdest looking. Dokshin has body in it. Whoops. I actually don't know what direction this top stroke is. I'm just gonna write it this way. Dokshin. Dokshin. Young and single? That's kind of okay. Young and single. Single and ready to mingle, right? What was young? Oh yeah, it was right. Migi. Migi under a crown. Migi. E adjective. So that's wakai. Wakai. But because we have young, we also have akachan. Akachan. It's aka. It's an akai. Akachan. Okay, when we're thinking about single and break, oh, so with these two, we have wakareru. Wakareru was Wakareru. Death is just gonna be death. Shinu is Shinu Naku na naru. Naku naru. Akachan, we know Akachan, we know born. So, umareru. Umareru. Okay, things are filling out. Things are filling out. We're hitting most of the things. Okay, so when we think about relationships, right? So now we have marriage. Marriage comes down. Man and wife, or man and woman, man and wife. Right. Otoko. Onna. Onna no hito. Because we know hito, we know kata. Kata no ko. We're gonna have akachan. Okay. Then kareshi. So kare. Oops. Right. So kare, we have anojo, right? Anojo as our tether, and our pivot is shi, kareshi, which is in kon. So kanojo, kareshi. What else are we missing? Marriage, divorce, young. We're missing single as well. Which was supposed to be here too. Single. The heck? Oh, Dokshin. Dokshin. Oh no, I have Dokshin. Whoops. Dokshin's right here. Just kidding. Dokshin's here. People. Where was people? Kata? Kata, we have Mina. Mina. Mina is gonna be tough. I think I'm gonna end up forgetting Mina of all things. Mina. What is Mina? Oh. Yeah, I forgot Mina. Mina. Then we have Oze. Hard to forget Oze. It's such a congested character. So identifiable because it has so many things going on with it. Whoops. Okay, Oze. think that's it. Did we get umareru? Yes, umareru. Okay, I think I got this. I got this for tomorrow. Everything leads to each other except, well, the starting point's kind of rough. The starting point is definitely kind of... the starting point is starting with Ripa and Yume. Ripa and Yume. That's kind of like, ugh. Also, Mina. Mina kata, going from kata to Mina to Oze. Alright, we're good. We're good. Okay, so that's a wrap for Japanese. Lots of fun discussions today. Definitely one, you know, lots of the questions, the good questions are like difficulty, right? Sometimes difficulty, I think mindset. I think the take-home message is mindset. I often, when I'm either asked questions about perception and then other people sharing their perceptions, I think in the long run, when someone tells me, in my opinion, they share what their motivations are and they're congruent with each other, it's irrelevant what the reality is, right? Like what I mean is, I can't tell you that something's hard. I can't tell you something that's easy. If it's hard and because you think it's hard, it gets the job done, like it keeps you motivated and stuff, that's awesome. That's a win. If you say something like, oh, it's easy, and then you keep complaining that it's hard, that's a problem. That's a dissonance, right? So oftentimes, I know it doesn't work all the time, because someone would say like, oh, I chose the language because it's easy and it turns out it's hard. That creates a lot of like problems, right? So perception is not the end all be all kind of thing. And whenever someone asks me something, I like to share my thoughts about how I perceive things and what the reality is for other people. So I think when I make it a habit for myself to think about how I view things and then also contextualize it from as many people as I can, because I'm genuinely interested in the way other people think about it. Some days you might get an inspiration from that person. Like, do I enjoy things that are perceived as difficult? Well, there might be something to it, right? I don't use it as a motivator. However, when someone tells me, oh yeah, wow, what you do seems very difficult, that's impressive that you can do it, it's like that, it still feels good. Like, it's not like I don't get a kick out of it, something like that. So it's definitely there. So whenever I get asked these things, I'm not brushing off. I don't want to seem like I'm brushing off like, oh, this is not important. It's lower on my priority. I don't necessarily think it's not important. It's not in my opinion, I don't want to make it seem like it's a competition of what's important. All of it is relevant. Actually, if you can juggle more things are great, in my opinion. Like, if you have more sources of motivation, that's what we're talking about here, in my opinion. I keep saying in my opinion because I don't know where I'm going with this. I think sharing perceptions, finding out what motivates other people, and then taking that into light, even if it contradicts your own opinions and whatnot, those things can offer a way out sometimes. Even depression is that thing. If you're not open to changes or open to other perceptions, then one hopes that your perception is sufficient for the rest of your life, right? If that is the case, all the power to you. Some people's worldly perceptions and life circumstances line up super well. So you don't have to learn new perceptions. You don't have to ask questions and be open-minded to whoever is at the other end. For myself, Nah, I'm genuinely just constantly motivated myself to take on more and more perceptions. Uh, uh it does have its drawbacks. Like it is a compromise, right? You become more and more ambivalent a lot of times. Like, oh, am I doing this? Someone might think this way. You take on as much perceptions as you can, as you want to, and also be able to negotiate. I think there are times when simplicity is key, efficiency. Like there's something about living in a city, for example. Tons of opinions, tons of perception, lots of cultures, mashing and mixing together and countering each other and rejecting. Then you go to like the countryside, the rustic. I'm sure most countries and their cultures have this kind of distant separation, even Japan, right? Countryside. The idea is that there are time and places for all of that stuff. So know when you can do that. Living very restrained and restricted, one hopes that is sufficient to be happy. So most of our discussions today dealt with perception, like lots of perception check, right? Oh, is this hard or is this easy? If it's hard and it makes you want to do more, in fact, I would even encourage make things hard for yourself. If it has to be hard for you to be interested, you can make it hard. What is that? That's a great proactive way. Like, okay, well, French is easy. All right, how do you make it hard? And then share that. You end up probably applying more, maybe learning more, maybe you speed up the process to make it hard. That's kind of what lots of kiddos do these days. Like, oh, I'm gonna learn kanji, right? Learning 10 kanji is too easy. Let's do 100 in a week. Go for it, I suppose. Honestly, in the long run, if you tried 100 kanji and you learn 10 in reality, or like 20 in reality, that's still more than 0. It gets you through the door. It gets you consistently, wanting to engage in the things. That there are cautionary tales. Like, I want to be a little caution. One has to be aware that you can, that you're also okay with negative feedback. As in, oh, I thought I could do 50, and then you ended up doing 15, and you stopped counting that you did 15. You wanted to do 50, and it's a waste of time because if you didn't get 50 or more, you failed. No, you got 15, right? That's a different perception check. Like the feeling of progress. What is progress to me? I lived another day. I learned another lesson. Lots of things. Look at what I learned today. I think I'm okay with that. That's pretty sweet that I got to learn all these things. Another day, it's another thing. It's another thing, right? Another day, I draw another prompt. That's how it goes. Hopefully that's I wanted to end a bit of a more wholesome message. I think in the long run, I think about things a lot. That doesn't work for everyone. Sometimes doing, do the do is the way to go. When someone asks me if I want to recommend something, tell me more about the person. Tell me more about yourself. I think it would be unrealistic to have an appropriate recommendation. However, more and knowing how is still more than not trying at all, right? Yes, certainly I could say, well, I'm not comfortable in saying anything. Well, that removes the possibility. It's hard to know a stranger through another stranger and then provide a recommendation. So alternatively, I could offer as much information that I could concisely present and let the person decide what that is, right? So that was like answering the question about Duolingo. Would I recommend Duolingo to someone who only speaks English, who may not ever want to pick up a textbook? Those are green flags. Those are green flags. Other things I would look for is this person doesn't like forming habits, like they rarely have many consistent habits, like a good workout routine, a great running morning routine. If they're not very routine based, that's another green flag for Duolingo, because Duolingo is incredibly routine habit forming. Does this person habitually doom scroll or use their phone all the time in various scenarios? Probably another green flag for Duolingo. Right? Because Duolingo is an app. I mean, I'm not saying it's just for Duolingo. There are other apps that fill these requirements as well. The idea is stack as many green flags and ask yourself how many green flags is a go. For myself, I barely even need one green flag. I just go when I see people that are interested. There you go. All right, folks. Thanks for listening to this portion. We are done with our Japanese lesson. Until next time, right? For all you Japanese language learners out there, mata ne. Ja ne. And if you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. I'm gonna get up, stretch quickly, take a quick bathroom break, and I'll be back from my Chinese lesson. Thank you, thank you. All right, folks, welcome back. It is day 125. 欢迎大家好. Yesterday was new vocab day, so we'll try our best. when I was doing my Japanese lesson today, I started thinking like, what do I remember from yesterday? It was a bit of a rush job, I would have to admit. Wanted to get to bed, rest up. Unit 34, refer to colors. Okay. Start. Well, I remember color, I think. Yan, 颜色, 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 颜色. Okay. Yes. Yang色. One. One. D. I. On. Okay, so we got the colors out of the way. What was that? Things, right? Things. Oh, we had a new conditional linker. 谁让 谁让 哦，谁让 谁让 但是 oh. The power of association. Does that help me with anything? No, I don't think so. Okay. We have some adjectives, some verbs that help us. 起 Whoops. It's not. 起 窗 my. Also have. That was awful. My. One. Look. Pretty good. We get that. Also, so Chang and Qi. Xiao. 手表 things like that. 手表 when my hand is wiggling, stop wiggling. 手表 帽子 Oops. Yeah, I think Chinese. If I had to go back and think about it, weigh in extra, yeah, Chinese is definitely easier for me. I don't know what it is though. I can't quite put my finger on it. Baozi. It's not like I've heard these words before. I haven't ever used hat. Baozi. Alright, we'll just go down the article of clothing. Whoops, that's so big. Chen Shan. 裙子 裤子 鞋子 yeah, those are the things that we are wearing and we were describing the color, right? Other things to describe. Duan. Duan and Chang. Oof. Missed the mark on that one. Ugh. Okay. I think. Wait. Pretty sure. Yeah. Chang. So short and long. Is that it? Did I forget something? How many is that? 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Quay, 漂亮 I think that's good enough for yesterday. I don't remember anything else right off the top. Unit 33. What was Unit 30? Oh, it's after travel issues. Body parts. Weather, dinner. It's weather? Really? Talk about weather? Really? Okay. I mean, that's fine. TNT. 天气 晴天 阴天 阴天 下雪 下雨 带风 带 大风 了 这 刮着风 刮着大风 外面 里面 里面 出去 需要带上 oh, we have another connector conditional thing too. What was it? 如果就如果 uh-oh 如果 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 有 oh wait that's not gua is not correct that's oh wait no it is wait no wait is it no that's not gua that's gua is that's gua and jiu is yes jiu 里面 里面看书，看电影。然后吃饭，锻炼 ，many things. Is that it? Hmm. 可以哦，可能。可能，重来，重来，Yeah, I think we're good. We covered most of it. Let's see what we missed from yesterday's. Let's hold up. Double check. Oh, that's from our Japanese lesson. Let's see. 请写的这盖场就花如冷okay, keep getting lung cold. Okay, 以下天气里了可能外面看书重来sorry, not 国大 okay, just lung, gotta remember lung. Let's see. 谁让Oh, there. Ruiz. Jesus, perhaps. Chong Yang Wang Zhi Mai Biao Duan 但是红讲
长
Oh, Chang. Oops. Oh, Chang, not Chang. Okay. That's my bad. It's actually Chang. Wrong pinyin from my recall. 原子了白色气球晚走强 We got all the vocabulary though. We did. Okay. Alright, let's do our lesson. Got about an hour and a half. Need our pinyin. Second. Your hair is really long.
你
你的头发
是
是 really long really long 正常
真长。他喜欢这双红色的鞋子。
excuse me 你的头发是真长 Oh I don't think I need 是 It's just 你的头发真长 That's probably the error That's okay 他喜欢这双红色的鞋子这双红色的 English
他的脸红了。
他的脸Oh right 他的脸We can add that to the list Face turning red I guess you can put your face as a thing that turns red sure
他
他的
脸红了。
他的脸红了
你想买短裙子还是长裙子？
你想买短裙子还是长裙子English Oops
他虽然生病了，但是没有请假。
他虽然生病了 That's what I heard 生病了还是但是没有请假
虽然
他虽然生病
才 了，
Totally forgot about Thai too
但是没有请假。
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。
虽然那条裤子很便宜，但是不舒服。
这条裤子太短了。
这条裤子太短了。这条裤子太短了。
红，这条裙子太长了。
这条裙子太长了。
这
条裤子裙子
这条裙子太长了。
裙子太
长了。
Too long. Sorry.
随
他的脸红了。他的脸红了。
他的脸红了。然虽短红带短红短虽已然
脸
已经 Whoops 已经短
裤子，
裤子。谁人那件衬衫，衬衫很好看，很好看，但是太贵，但是太贵。谁让
虽然
谁让那条
那
那件
件
衬衫
衬衫很
很好看哦，
好看，但
但
是
是太贵，但是太贵，太贵了，但是太贵了。Oops, I forgot the law. Okay, so what did I do? 你的头发真长。Yeah, I didn't need the shirt. That's why I made an error. Okay. My eyes. Okay, that's fine.
白色的衣服很难洗。
白色的衣服很难洗。Yeah.
我穿什么颜色好看？
我穿什么颜色？颜色很看。Yeah, it's kind of like 颜色。It's a 样子。颜色。Yeah, 样子。It's fine. It's fine. 我穿什么颜色？
颜色。
kind of like 颜色好看。
好看。
我今天不想，我今天不想洗衣服。我今天不想洗衣服。
洗衣服。
我今天
他穿黄色的衣服不好看。
他穿的衣服他穿的衣服不好看。
衣服不好看。他穿黄色的衣服不好看。
黄色的。他穿黄色的黄色的衣服不好看。
那双黄色的鞋子是我的。
那双黄色的鞋子是我的。OK。鞋子。Imagine having yellow shoes.
这条裙子要用手洗。
这条裙子。游泳小洗嘛。小洗。
要用手洗。
哦，那手洗。
这条裙子要用手洗。
要用手洗。
我不喜欢黄的，我喜欢白的。
我不喜欢黄的，我喜欢白的。I don't want the yellow. I want the white one. Sorry. Oh, I don't want. Oh, yeah, like 喜欢 still the same, really. Fine.
穿色
颜
短
洗色
色喜川盐
水
喜
白色的衣服很能洗，能洗。白色的衣服
很
很能洗。
盐
可走路，颜色饿，头发，
他穿的黄色的衣服不好看。Oh, yeah, I meant to. That's in the wrong order.
我
我穿
什么
什么颜色好看？
我不喜欢黄的，我喜欢白的。
对，
他穿
黄色的衣服
不好看。
对。Off we go.
我想卖我的车。
我想卖我的车。我想卖我的车。
我的车。
我真喜欢那条紫色的裙子。
紫色。我真喜欢那条紫色的裙子。
我的哥哥最喜欢紫色。
我的哥哥最喜欢呢？
我的哥哥最喜欢紫色。紫色。
他们不卖手表。
不卖手表。我觉得紫色是最好。或好看，最好看，looks the best。
我觉得紫色，最好看。
猫在帽子里。
猫在帽子里。That's funny. So they're doing a horse and mother thing. Oh wait, and then the my, like the my and my. We have Mao. Oh, we have Mao and Maozili. My lord, Maozi. Mao and Maozi, which they're actually the same. Mao在帽子里。
帽子里。
猫在帽子里。
手表已经卖完了。
手表已经卖完了。猫。Oh wait, no, they're not the same. Just kidding. No, it's Mao and Mao. Just kidding. Just kidding. Actually, I gotta double check. That's how I'm sure I'm in. Is it Mao? Oh yeah, it's Mao. Oh, okay. No, just kidding. They're not the same. I said it and I heard it. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't sound the same. That's my bad. Mao. I went Mao and I'm like, no, just kidding. Wrong tone. Mao. Mao.
表
Mai.
虽
Mai.
麦
Okay.
表喜
喜
子
麦
麦
猫表
表
我真喜欢那条紫色的裙子。
我真喜欢
那条
那条紫色
的裙子。Don't sell watches. 他们不卖手表。
他们不卖。
Oh, okay. It's not 4, it's 2. 不卖。他们不卖手表。Okay. Where can we go to buy hats? 我们去哪里买帽子？
我们去哪里买
帽子？哦，可以。我们可以去哪里？我们可以去哪里买帽子？猫在帽子里。Alright. Fair enough. Let's go.
我不喜欢黄的，我喜欢白的。
Yeah. You're gonna like the yellow one, okay? You're gonna take the yellow one, you're gonna like it. Okay. Kidding.
他
穿黄色的衣服不好看。
衣服不好看。
对。你的头发太头发正长。
头发真长。
你的帽子真漂亮。他喜欢这双红色的鞋子。他喜欢这双红色的鞋子。
这 what？
他喜欢这双红色的鞋子。
哦，这双的红色
鞋子。
Oh,鞋子. Whoops. I keep thinking of writing. I'm like, what is there to do with? I'm talking about shoes.
他喜欢这双红色的鞋子。
他喜欢这双的红色鞋子 ，noted。
他喜欢这双红色的鞋子。
There we go。
他穿黄色的衣服不好看。
他穿黄色的衣服不好看。
猫在帽子里。猫
在帽子
里。
我穿什么颜色好看？
我穿什么颜色好看？
我们可以去哪里买帽子？我们可以去哪里买帽子？谁让那件衬衫很好看，但是太贵了。
谁让那件衬衫
很好
看，但是
太贵了。
你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。你
穿红色，你穿红色的呢？
衣服
很
漂亮。你穿红色的衣服最漂亮。
最漂亮。谁让他生病了？但是没有请假。
他虽然
他生病了。但是没有请假。Okay. All right, 15 minutes. Here we go. All right. 穿。Okay.
穿。
Oh, I didn't need to make two things that distinct. That's fine.
穿。
They're so flattened anyways. Okay.
穿。
All right.
颜色。
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 Got a brain bubble there. What the heck?
黄
色。
黄色。
Whoops. Dang it.
黄。
Japanese stroke order.
黄。
The reason why I'm having problems is because of
黄色。
Kiroi beforehand.
黄色。
What's the first? Kiroi. Okay, fine. Adapt.
穿。 穿
穿
穿
穿穿穿
So much more
穿
wider than I wrote it.
穿
Go go go.
颜
颜色颜色
颜色
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 那
颜色颜色
颜色颜色
颜色
黄色
黄色黄色
黄
I have to actively remind myself
黄色
not
黄
to
色
make the
黄色
horizontal make the vertical stroke
黄色
first. Okay. One,
穿
穿
穿
穿
穿穿穿
穿
穿
穿
okay.
颜
颜色
颜色
Still didn't get the
颜色
other exercises
颜色
yet. Interesting.
颜色
颜色颜色颜色
颜色颜色
Lots. Day in and day out.
颜色
黄色
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 Okay. One.
黄
黄色
黄色
黄
黄色
黄
黄色
穿
穿
穿
穿
穿
穿穿穿
穿
穿
穿
Oops. What the? I just skipped a step there. What the heck?
Yeah.
颜色
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 颜色颜色颜色
Oops. Ugh.
颜色颜色
颜色
Hey.
颜
色
颜色
颜色，
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 颜色，颜色，
你好，你好，Timmy。
颜色，
颜色，
Getting to the end.
颜色，
How are you?
颜色，
Did a bit of yapping today. Okay. 但是，虽然，
虽然，
虽然，但是，虽然，但是，虽然，
请问，
那因为
因为，如果，但
但
是，
是lots all the conditionals. So when I saw 大学生, I could immediately read the meaning without even knowing to read the characters in Chinese. Yeah, 大学生. Yep, still works. 大学生. All onyomi the entire time too. Well, no, sorry, not almost all yomi. It's like 2 onyomis. Sort of. No, just kidding. Only one only one onyomi too. Oh, actually, se. Yeah, I think se is equivalent. Se is, I think.
虽然，
虽然，
但是，
但是 I guess on onyomi and kunyomi.
但
I don't really pay attention.
是
It's whatever sounds close.
虽然，
但是，
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 对，
不是，
不是，
虽然，所以，
I said 可以，所以，所以，
这
就是是，
但是，
但是，
虽然，
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 请问，如果，但
但
是，
是，
谁
谁的，谁的，那谁的，谁的，但是，
但是，
哪个？
哪个，
虽然，
虽然，
但是，
但是，
对吗？
对吗？
哪儿，
我和你说英文，日语 I suppose. You know, you keep reminding me to look this up. Okay, yeah.
鸡蛋，
鸡蛋. Oh, 鸡蛋. How's this related to? Wait, this. Oh, 虽然，
虽然，
yeah, 虽然. I see it. I see it.
虽然，
I love it seeing my vocabulary expand. Yeah, me too. Keep on going, you know?
鸡蛋，蛋糕，
蛋糕. Oh, 蛋糕. Yeah. All right. I mean, it's technically the same character, but
虽然，
虽然.
然，
Okay.
鸡蛋，
鸡蛋，
发烧，
发烧. Ooh, 发烧. 烧 doesn't get used very often. And
虽然，
客气，
奶茶，
奶茶.
虽然，
one part of that is mushi. Oh yeah. Or bugs. Mushi. Yeah.
鸡蛋
Or at least that's how I remember mushi. Bugs.
鸡蛋 鸡蛋虽然蛋糕虽然
半个
Yeah, 半个 as well. Not ga, but pan. Pan still means that.
有名
Yoming. We got Yume. Yes, today. Yume. Yoming. Same thing. Also all onyomi as well. Yume is Yoming.
会见
蛋糕
蛋糕蛋
鸡蛋
鸡蛋
3月上个
虽然
阴天
阴天 I make sure I don't get confused with 明天阴天鸡蛋
虽然虽然 is very close to, it's also very close to fu as well. The two boxes. Fu. Like furo in furo. Yowamushi. Japanese term meaning coward. Oh, interesting.但是
只是
但是
也是
但是
不是只是是不
是
只
是
但是
但是
只是
这是
还是
还是 whoops 还是
不是也是只是
但是
like scared bug. I see. 穿
白
Oh, it's not by. It's by. Whoops.
穿
白
得
what the heck? Yeah, that's interesting.
穿
Oh, that's
红白
流
穿
Interesting.
穿
Okay.
穿用
Whoops.
白过穿在
白
收黄
Also 黄 Oh, I see. Yeah, I do see that.
白
白
穿
穿
从
白
白
穿
穿
胖
胖
往
往
在
在Day is 2, right? Do we go until we touch the other ones? Maybe we go until Makinu, yeah, that looks like Makinu, alright.
空调
I don't know when I would use something like that, but yeah. Oh. Chuang.
穿
Yeah, Chuang and Kong. Yeah. 空调
空调空穿穿
错
错
错 Why did that sound a little weird? 错
客厅
客厅 whoops 客厅
空双穿
穿
空调
空调
空
空
课
whoops
课调
空调穿
空调因为穿
没有
见
空
空
门空
空
吃穿
穿
碎
穿
I see. I'm not sure how that's relevant right now.
白
白明白白
往
晚
白明年明白
明白
好
明白
明白
白
明白 yeah I going up 2 明白
白明白
明白明星明星
明白白
Oh wait no that's 4明白 Q4
课中
Can I get the others? One
洗
黄
洗
穿蓝黄高洗
黄黄
黄错
Oops
黄高爱黄洗进
洗
流南洗不黄
黄
洗
洗
眉
美
高
Whoops
高
高
快
快
黄
环
真的吗？
真的吗 What are we doing? 真
黄
黄 Interesting. That's a bit of a stretch. 黄
真
真的吗？
的吗？
真的吗？
黄色
黄色
黄
真的吗？
半小时，半小时，
Oh, you 半个小时 Oh, you
黄色，半个小时，
You
绿色
色
黄色真的吗？
真的吗？
真的吗？
黄
鼻子
真
的吗？
黄色，
绿
色
半个
小时
真的吗？
黄色，
黄色
真的吗？
的吗？
小时
小时
颜色
颜色
鼻
子真的吗？
黄
Give me the other ones. 颜色手势
手洗，
手洗 Oh my gosh. 手洗 Alright. Shake it off. 手洗
颜
色手洗
出去买单颜色
手洗，
请假
颜色
颜色
颜
对
手
洗
颜色
颜色
黄色，
请假
手洗，
白
白色
颜
色
手洗
手洗
手
手洗
颜色
手洗，
出去买单请假
请
Oops
请颜色
手洗，
手洗
买单
买单
约会
约会
打扮
打扮
颜
颜色 Okay, one more. Oh no, we got it. 紫色紫色
紫色
紫色紫色
紫色
紫色
紫紫色
紫
紫
紫色
紫色紫
紫色紫色
Oh
紫色
Once you stroke up
紫色
Once you miss a stroke can't go back Everything hits the fan My? No. My. No my.
这次
哦
紫色
紫色
紫
紫
紫色
I've been doing that one stroke a little bit too
紫
long.
紫色
Yeah, this one been doing that a little bit too
紫色
wide, I think.
紫色
When I'm recalling.
紫色紫色
紫紫色
So. Okay.
卖完，
卖完，卖完，
卖完，
卖。
卖完，
No surprises.
卖完，卖
卖
完，
卖完，卖完，卖
卖完，
卖完，
Okay. One more loop around.
紫
色
紫紫
紫色，
紫色
紫
紫色紫
紫色，紫
Okay.
紫色，
色 Okay. All right.
手表，
手表 There it is. 手表
手表，
We did okay. All right. We did okay.
手表，
Which is also one of our
手表
vocabulary from the Japanese
手表
course.
手表
手表 Not even close.
手表，
手表 and we did okay.
手表
手表，手表，手表，
手表手表手表
手表，
All right. Good place to stop. I think the only thing we were going to add is 手使 the hand wash 手表 they'll complement 手表 and 手使 it's self-explanatory. All right, that's a quick wrap up. An hour and a half, not too bad. Actually less, probably a little less. All right, folks, that is a wrap for today. I'll be back tomorrow with a new prompt and shortest day tomorrow for Chinese, and hopefully our Japanese is in line. All right, folks, as always, keep on doing what makes, about being creative. Have fun with what you choose to do, right? If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. So until next time, 再见. And what the heck? Oh yes, what is the first character? All right. As always, remember, get the things you have to do done. Be efficient. Get the things you need to do. Oh, otsu. Oh, that's otsu. So get the things you need to do done, right? Do whatever it takes. Get that efficiency. Get the best plans. Bump that efficiency. Get the things you need to do. But definitely have fun. Enjoy the process. Goof around. And have fun with the things you choose to do. I'll catch you guys on the next one. Stay safe, stay healthy. Right, I'll be back then. See you next time. Bye bye.